All right. I think I'm on. Let me see.
From the warehouse to your house. Happy holidays. Yes, that's going to do it for me. Emanuel Livingston and the afternoon experience comes up next. I'm out. 12:30. The Buzz.
News is sponsored by the Ad Council. The Queen City is being recognized as one of the top 10 best cities for Christmas in America. Consumer advice website Wallet Hub this week released the results of the new survey that takes into account various aspects of traditions, generosity, shopping costs, and the observance of the holiday. Cincinnati comes in at number 8 on the list. 6 people are recovering from injuries sustained Monday evening in an accident. Fire officials say at least 2 children were among those hurt. All victims are expected to survive their injuries. The accident, though, remains under investigation. And the suspect in Sunday's fatal shooting outside of a gas station in East Price Hill is behind bars today. Police on Monday arrested 20-year-old Jerron McLeod and charged him with the murder of 28-year-old Lacey Florence.
Tony and Robert
Survived the assault.
and Tria
It's time to do the cabbage patch. The running man or something more contemporary.
and Myosha
That's right, dance like a dad with the kids. Learn more at fatherhood.gov
and Gloria.
by the Ad Council. I'm Heather Pasco. It's 12:30 at the Buzz. I didn't think it was anything. I had something in my abdomen.
My back hurts. That hurt. That was moved. That hurt. I don't know what I did with my back.
Seeing my doctor probably saved my life.
I think I do say your name right. You say it wrong. Miss Lucky Charm and Preston. Okay, this way don't hurt that much. This way hurt. I don't know what's up with that. Tony say what's up. Miss Lucky Charm say good afternoon. Robert say peace. Preston waving. Wait a minute, somebody else popped up. Maria, good afternoon. Kenneth. Because you probably say it wrong. I'm telling you, you're the one saying it wrong. Trust me when I tell you, I'm saying it right. If you don't believe anything else I say today, believe that. Kim, I'm a narcissist because you say your name wrong. How does that make me a narcissist?
Important to also practice good self-care. It's normal to feel overwhelmed, anxious, or afraid, but there is hope. Reach out to someone, connect with your friends, stay in touch with your community, and know that you are not alone. Learn more at realbroadcasters.com/hope, furnished by the National Association of
I think that little baby hurt my back this morning. She was laying on my back this morning. And I kept trying to move, and she kept saying, "Stop moving, Papa. I'm comfortable right here." So I stopped moving. What else do you do? Yes, she did. She say everything loud. I forgot my water again. forgot my water. And I can feel my throat is already dry. I'm gonna have to go get water on the first break. You will know. 5 minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. On the other side of the glass is Raven Mundy.
Hello.
She is your favorite millennial. And we've got a lot of talk for you today. 3 hours worth. Whatever that means. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. That is the number to get on board. Let me start off with a little bit of a warning. A little bit of a warning. And I'm giving you a warning and giving you an opportunity, okay? If you do not want to hear any coronavirus talk, turn the station now. Got to give them a few minutes. If you do not want to hear any coronavirus talk, turn the station now. Give them a minute. All right. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Now that they're gone, I really don't intend on talking about coronavirus, but you never know. It might come up. So, if they didn't want to hear it, I don't want to subject them to it. Dan Hills, you know him. He's the president of the FOP. He's the president of the FOP. Still the president of the FOP. Apparently he won. He got the majority of the votes. And people are confused. There was, to my understanding, there was a black candidate. A black candidate who got like a very small amount of votes. I think it was reported to us, whether or not it's factual, it was reported to us like 84 votes. 84 votes. Now, you and me both know there's more than 84 black police officers, right? Maybe the black officer didn't represent what they want represented. That's an argument that could be made. However, I make this argument. As much as, well, I won't say as much as, because we don't hear it a lot, but we hear of African-American officers saying they don't agree with Dan Hills. We hear of black officers saying, he's divisive, he this and he that. We hear of that. I don't really hear it from them, but I hear people say that they've heard it from them. I actually believe it's much more reasonable to believe. It's much more reasonable to believe that all of these black officers actually kind of agree with Dan Hills. That the overwhelming majority of them agree with Dan Hills, with his tactics, and with that divisiveness that we see and hear about. Because, and it makes sense, this ain't a shot at them. I just want people to be honest about stuff, right? You say you don't agree with him. But when everything kind of go down and you might be under fire, who do you, police officer, want on your side? Who do you want on your side? You don't want the fair person. Because and this is going to sound like bashing police, but I'm not. Some of my best friends are police. I've had them over my house for dinner. I like police. But when y'all out there cracking skulls, when y'all out there, some of y'all violating people's rights, being abusive, breaking laws and getting away with it, that it all happens. I'm not saying every officer does it, but y'all know that it does happen. Some police officers break the law. Some police officers violate citizens' rights. Some police officers don't do everything that they're supposed to do. It exists. And there's a chance you might get caught. Who do you want going to bat for you? think they like Dan Hills. I think they like the way he represents them. I think they like the fact that he is never gonna say, or at least there's this perception, that he will never say that a police officer was wrong. I think they like that. I think that's what they want. And who wouldn't want that? If we had a union here, I would want somebody who, no matter what I said on the air, no matter what I did behind the scenes, would never say, okay, he was wrong and something needs to happen to him. I want the one that's going to always say, look, he didn't do anything wrong. I support him. I stand by him, and you should do the same, company. That's what I would want. So, again, I'm not, because somebody said, or maybe they just don't vote. But if they really, really didn't like him and the way he represents them, they would make sure to get out there and vote. They would make it a point to vote. I honestly believe the black officers, along with the white officers, police officers, they like that because they look at it as protection. If I pull a Kim Potter, taser, and accidentally kill somebody, of course, that all depends on whether you believe she did it accidentally or not. Some people don't. But for the purposes of this portion of this conversation, we're going to work under the assumption that it was a true accident and she didn't mean to do it. So if you taser, pow, and you shoot and kill someone, you want a union rep that's going to be on your side. And I really believe that a number of police officers look at situations like that and they think, ooh, what if it was me? What if I made that mistake? What if I accidentally violated somebody's rights? Or what if I got caught intentionally? I lost my cool. They tell you all the time, we're human. We're human. Everybody can lose their cool. What if I lose my cool and I beat somebody down? What if I lose my cool and I shoot somebody? What if I mistake a phone for a gun and I shoot somebody? They think about that stuff. And you really think they want the guy that might say, yeah, that was inappropriate and that person should be held accountable and the full force of the law enforcement mechanism should come down on them? Nobody wants that as their union rep. Nobody.
I know you're in the middle of making a point, but something you just said kind of like stuck out to me. The whole idea of we're all human, we all lose our cool. Emanuel, if you were to walk into Dan's office right now and quote unquote lose your cool, ain't nobody up in here about to protect you in your job. Ain't nobody up, like there's no union that you could go to and like know that those people are on your side and invested in helping you keep your job. Like, you know that at any point, at any given time, some higher up can come in here and say, yeah, Emanuel gotta go. And you just gonna have to go. There's nobody there's nobody coming to save you. And you don't even do what these guys out here do. You just get on, you run a show every day. You get on the radio and you talk to people every day. Mm-hmm. Nothing you do here puts anybody in any immediate danger or anything like that.
It doesn't.
Why are we so comfortable with letting people who can literally have it licensed to kill you have that to fall back on?
I believe they should have that to fall back on. I believe in organized labor. Whether I believe in organized labor. And I understand the mindset of I want somebody who gonna be on my team. I understand that. Look.
But your lose your cool and their lose their cool is different.
It is, but are you suggesting that they don't deserve representation?
I'm not suggesting that anybody who ain't running their own business and signing their own checks needs somebody's backing them up. Because at the end of the day, when you are a business owner or a CEO or whatever, and you are trying to run a business At some point, you have to choose between yourself and your employees, and you gonna choose yourself because it's self-preservation over everything. So you as an employee, you need support, you need representation. But the kind of work that you do has to, within that representation, it has to come with accountability. And what we're seeing is no accountability within your representation.
But I don't actually blame the representation for that.
So then what do you blame?
That's kind of complicated. Let me get a break in here.
You know I'm a complicated person.
Let me get a break in here. Well, no, just the answer is complicated because there's a lot of blame to go around. But let me get a break. It's the after. I'll answer when we come back. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
1230 The Buzz and Walker.
This month, we are shining the spotlight on Daryl Mays Sr., owner of Ezzy Contractors LLC. Ezzy Contractors LLC, which is named
All right, let me see if I can get. Oh, stop it.
employment opportunity to the Cincinnati area. Ezzy Contractors is MBE, SBE, MSD,
Camera 2.
BE, and EDGE certified and is here to service the greatest
There we are.
area's construction needs. Born and raised in Cincinnati, Daryl
Camera
Turner
2.
raised in Ohio with his lovely wife for 36 years. Daryl also is a proud father.
I got to get camera 2 up here in the picture in picture.
Home congratulate you once again on being nominated and selected for this month's Black Business Spotlight. For more details or to nominate a Black business for the Spotlight,
All right. And now let me. I want it a little bigger. Man, this thing is behind. This is going to be difficult, y'all.
Shop our Black-owned business partners to get double rewards and unique gift ideas. Hassle-free and easy, just like it should be. Go to onevip.com and get your card today. The One VIP Visa prepaid card is issued by Stride Bank NA. Member FDIC, pursuant to a license from Visa USA Inc. Use of the One VIP card is subject to terms and conditions.
For over 20 years, I've sung on stages all over the world.
R&B icon Selena Johnson.
For over a decade, I dreamed about another stage. As a fitness competitor, I got the right trainer, I got the right mindset, I got the
I have to do it slow because there's a delay. So if I move it, make it, resize that window, and it's not big enough or whatever. I think I had it at like 32.
Fort Johnson, but I'm a mom first. My babies will be getting the COVID vaccine as soon as they're old enough. The risk from COVID far outweigh any risk from side effects of the vaccine.
Find vaccines near you.
Okay, that works. And then let's move it up just a hair.
I love your vacation home. How much time do you spend here this much? And when we're not using it, our amazing team cares for and markets it on all the major booking sites. Our team does all that.
I moved it the wrong way.
See all on my phone. Vacasa has been earning us over 20% more income on average from our vacation home. Your vacation home earns you that much? It's a vacation home. It's a Vacasa home.
And if you guys are commenting, I can't see the comments right now as I attempt to adjust this window that is irritating me.
Attention anyone who wants health insurance. Right now is the open enrollment period for health insurance.
Let's try it that size. Let me see it.
You and your family need during the open enrollment period. The Health Advisor toll-free helpline is now open to help anyone who wants health insurance coverage now or anyone who just needs a better plan or a lower price.
Okay, that works. And then we switch what's filling that.
Or maybe you just don't have any health benefits at all right now. Don't worry. Plans are available now, and in just minutes we'll help you find the right plan that's best for you and your budget. Call the Health Advisor helpline right now at 800-484-9664. The call is 100% free, and the help is real. You can finally get
So then that goes there and that goes there.
or no insurance at all. But hurry to get covered before
And then I was supposed to go get my water.
9664 to find the best plan at the lowest price. Call 800-484-9664. That's 800-484-9664. 800-484-9664.
This year, you can help the Salvation Army bring help to more hardworking families still struggling from the pandemic. Keep hope marching on this Christmas. By taking the shopping at a great price. Online at SalvationArmyCincinnati.org.
All right, so now let me go back to the comments.
Now through Christmas Eve, you can enjoy 5 years zero interest on any holiday purchase. Everyone's loving this because it makes it easy to splurge this holiday season. A $6,000 pair of diamonds.
No, that is not a screen capture. This
At Genesis, we have all the most popular gifts
switcher has a picture-in-picture function. So the camera that is on her my also wants to know, why am I still bothered by you leaving Mrs. Livingston if she starts floating over your bed? What happened to for better or worse? Hey, you can be bothered by it. I'm just telling you, if she start floating, that's worse than worse. Minutes after. Sorry, having some technical difficulties there. 20 minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock. We were talking a little bit about Dan Hills becoming re-elected as the president of the Fraternal Order of Police here locally. So, and that's not, he's doing what they want him to do. That's why they re-elect him. That's why they elect people like that. Because that's what they want from them. But the question was, what was the question again?
I was saying that because we were talking about representation and the blame it has in holding these officers accountable, because I said to you that if you were to quote unquote lose your cool here at Radio 1, nobody is coming to represent you and to advocate for you to keep your position here. You're fighting that battle on your own. But some, like these officers that have a literal license to kill, they have a lack of accountability within their representation, because their representation is not what it should be. You know what I mean? Like, it's not with that. It has to come some accountability, because if the only people who are there and they are that in control of your destiny in your position there, if they can just excuse your wrongs whenever you feel like it, then there's no accountability. So whatever you do, whether it's right or wrong, it gets overlooked. And I feel like that's an issue, and that's why, to your point, why they keep putting people in leadership that they do, because they know if I put this person in leadership, no matter whether I'm right or wrong, this person's going to have my back.
But you asked me a question. And
I asked you a question. I asked you, because you said you didn't think that, the lack of accountability rested on representation. So for you, where does that rest? You said it was a plethora of factors. It was complicated.
Okay. It rests, I guess, ultimately with us as citizens, holding them accountable through, I would say, our elected representatives, through the people who are supposed to create a situation where investigations happen fair, transparent investigations. And when we buy into the concept that the police are always right, that the police wouldn't do that, whatever that is, that whatever the police do, there's an excuse for it, that you don't question law enforcement, and when we buy into that, we help create those situations. So I think it's ultimately up to us to demand a standard.
But do you not think so do you think that currently not enough of us are making that, are expecting that standard?
Absolutely not. Not enough of us are making, not even enough of us. You know how many times we have the conversation about simple things like, do you have to give up your ID? And, I say, hey, you got rights. And you know how many people call in here mad because I talk about exercising your rights.
Yeah.
That plays into it. So if we have people who get mad at me and you for saying that you can exercise your rights, how then can we expect these same people to say, let's hold them accountable when they're mad that we just want to exercise our rights.
Let me tell you why I asked you the question. Because there are people who are listening to this conversation and thinking that everything that's coming out of your mouth is incorrect and inaccurate because, well, how do you explain the protests last summer? That was because this is how people who don't really see the issue that we're having, this is how they look at it. Or at least this is what I get from when I ask people these kinds of questions. And I pick people's brains because I'm not the kind of person who just wants to sit and rest in my opinion. I really want to know why people think the way they think and why they come to the conclusions that they do. And so when I ask people who don't quite see the issue that we have with law enforcement, when I ask them, well, what do you think is the answer? They don't quite know what the answer is, but they don't think it's anything that's happening right now. And it's because when they look at it, they don't think there's an issue with asking an officer or holding an officer accountable, even within like an encounter with an officer. Like you said, people argue when you say, well, I don't have to give you information, I don't have to answer these questions, I don't have to submit to you in this moment. Mm-hmm. People are confused when you say things like that because for them, because they realize our position, they feel as though it's my best bet to just play my position, to play my role, to be yes ma'am, no sir, and get through this altercation because I believe in my heart, the best way to get through this is just to nod and agree and keep it pushing so I can survive from one day to the next. That makes more sense to somebody else. And so it gets hard when you say, well, not enough of us are. That's their approach. That's what they think works. You, on the other hand, who are making the altercation between yourself and this officer more complicated than it has to be, mm-hmm. You're the issue. If you can just go along with it, eventually they'll understand that we are not this dangerous person. They'll get this impression of black people that we don't have to be combative and confrontational all the time, and they'll begin to interact with us in a way. Because this is what, and again, this is why I ask these questions, because this is what I get from these people. If I make myself as pleasing and pleasurable in this moment as possible, this is the impression that they'll get from me and my people as a whole, and they won't have a reason to treat us in such a way.
Well,
and I can't say that at times we all don't sometimes feel like that because well, you maybe not you, Emanuel, but I know for me, I catch myself a lot when I do that, and it frustrates me. And I've identified why a lot of times people think I'm such an angry black woman because I battle between choosing when to be passionate and choosing when to be quiet. Because either way, I feel like I'm gonna be unsuccessful. If I'm passionate about how I feel, people review me as emotional. But if I am quiet and silent, I'm not doing enough. I'm not being, vocal enough. These are internal battles that we have all the time, and that's why it makes it hard for us to identify who even to blame.
I don't find it hard to identify who to blame. I really don't. I think it's clear who to blame. I think it's good. You watch these situations as they unfold, and it is clear to me who's to blame. We ultimately are to blame.
But how do we identify if we are to blame?
We vote. We vote in the right people, and we hold them accountable at holding them. This isn't just for law enforcement. This is everybody across the board. We hold the people who are tasked with holding those people accountable, hold them accountable.
But do you think that there's even anybody in the running?
It, but it's that simple.
But okay, it sounds simple. It really does. But even in that simplification, do you even believe that there's anybody worth who has that same agenda in their mind that is even up for leadership? Or do you think that we're at a point where we have to, are we in the midst of having to then cultivate that kind of leadership? Because if that's not what's present, because there was a black man running and they must not have identified all those things in that black man. So what's the issue? What's the problem?
Well, again, I think a part of the issue when it comes to stuff like that, like holding police accountable and things of that nature, I think a part of that is we got to change the minds of the people to get the people to realize that police should be held accountable when they do wrong.
But if the leadership is not even, but if the leadership that we have available, like I'm just trying to, maybe I'm thinking too many steps ahead. But if we get the people on the mindset of we have to choose the right leadership, we then have to assess, okay, what is the right leadership, and can you honestly say that with the leadership that we've been presented thus far, have you seen opportunities where we could have had that? Because I don't know if I do.
Well,
and again, that's just with me being naive to
let me say,
politics.
I think
anyway.
it may be possible, but see, it sounds complicated, but it's super simple. But then when I simplify it, it sounds overly simple. But it really is this simple. That's why I keep saying it comes back to us. Look, you're not going to get the mayor of Cincinnati, right, to come out and be hard on police when they do wrong. If there's no political, if he understands that the citizens aren't, because it's politics, he got to get votes to get reelected or to move on to whatever his next political challenge may be. So he has to feel like I'm here to represent the people. And if I jump up and say that this officer was wrong in this given situation, the people have to support me. But if the will of the people is such that if I say that officer was wrong in this situation, something needs to happen to him, and the overwhelming majority of people are like, he hates cops, he's anti-cop, you're not, it's us. We have to change. And if we change, then the leadership that we elect to hold other people accountable, they change their mindset. But if I'm the mayor, and I see something bad happen, a police officer does something that he shouldn't do, and I stand up and I say, that was wrong, and that person needs to be held accountable, and then the pushback from the community, and when I say the community, of course, if I'm the mayor of everybody. So, and that's where when people talk about voting,
yeah.
If the majority of my votes came from white people and white people looking at me saying, how dare you be anti-cop? Guess what? I got to get reelected. So I'm probably not going to take that strong of a stance. So we the people have to be the ones to say, no, we want everybody held accountable. And until we can say that and show that support to people who are trying to hold people accountable, we'll end up with the same thing that we have. End up with the same thing we have.
So I guess then what it really boils down to is we have to figure out a way to reconvince people that we do hold the power. Because I think that there are a lot of people who are resigned to the fact that there is no power in the vote. We especially with all the mess that we see going on with nationally, with how, voting restriction and all of this mess that we watched go down in the last couple of years around elections. It's effective. It's working because it's convincing people over time, especially my peers, because I have these conversations with my peeps, and I don't know why I just said peeps, but I have these conversations because I want to know why they don't care as much as I care, or maybe not, it's not that they don't care as much as I care, but why they have a harder time being as invested, because they've already been convinced from day one that our voice don't matter because they don't see any results of it. So how do you then relay that message? And I think it only happens when we are able to have these kind of conversations. So that's why I asked you the question.
Let me get a break in here. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
In case you missed the Russ Parr Morning Show.
All right. I tried to put Miss Mundy up on the screen and something happened. I don't know why it went to black. So let me try it again and fix it. Come on. All right. Fix it. That's camera 2. And
Thanks for listening to the Russ Parr Morning Show, weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on 1230 The Buzz in Cincinnati.
there we go. Let's see, is she positioned correctly? Okay. Now, if I go back to it and it don't work, it ain't my fault. Hold on, let me take it off the screen. And then I'll put it back on the screen.
This MLK Day, T-Mobile proudly presents the Urban One Honors, celebrating the music, the magic, and the
We'll see if it,
Black America.
because if it comes back
History and debate.
wrong.
We appreciate an iconic class of honorees, including an all-star tribute for the Living Legends Honor. T-Mobile recognizes and celebrates Black innovators elevating Black history today and every day. Tune in on Monday, January 17th at 8 p.m. Eastern on TV1.
Attention anyone who wants health insurance. Right now is the open enrollment period for health insurance, so now is the best time to get the health insurance you and your family need during the open enrollment period. The Health Advisor toll-free helpline is now open to help anyone who wants health insurance coverage.
Yeah, apparently only 84 people voted for the black dude.
Did you miss the deadline last time?
But I don't know what kind of black dude he is, so, you know, he might have been one of them, and I'm not saying that he was, I'm saying I don't know, but he might have been one of them suckers, you know, punk-ass, sucker-ass black dudes, and they was like, no, I'm not putting you in there, so you never know.
Health is real. You can finally get health insurance that's right for you, even if you have pre-existing conditions or no insurance at all. But hurry and get coverage before open enrollment ends. Call 800-484-9664 to find the best plan at the lowest price. Call 800-484-9664. That's 800-484-9664. 800-484-9664.
When I go to break, add a breaking news or a stock market scroll. I might add some stuff at the you know, in the bottom third. Might add some stuff. Tony says voting doesn't change the mind state of the police. As long as they can shoot to kill in the name of I fear for my life, they really don't need the FOP. All right. Davis Denise says, so did you discuss the 2 black women killed yet? Nope, not yet. If you want to discuss it, you can give me a call. B-Rab says, well, with all the recent people who've been released from jail, the police and the DA and judge have been wrong. But I don't think criticize their wrongdoing is a deterrent. All right. Purple Pro said, did you not vote all Dems assuming they have your back? I did not. So, LOL that. I don't understand what that. Purple Pros also says, oh, it went away. I'm surprised E is understanding the purpose of the FOP because focusing on Dan all the time when he's just doing his job isn't exactly helpful. Why would it surprise you that I understand things? I understand things. I'm surprised that you didn't know that I understand. Oh, I'm sorry, LOL. You have to say LOL afterwards. That's what everybody does. She says Cincinnati police wrote in an affidavit McLeod shot and killed Lacey Florence, 28, during a verbal altercation. Lacey Florence, 28, was killed at the BP. Man charged with stabbing mother to death with kitchen knife in North College Hill. Yeah, they said he was having she called for help what was it? Was it schizophrenia? And he was having, I'm going to call it an episode, and they did not get there in time.
12:30 The Buzz. Streaming live on your computer. Log on to thebuzzcincy.com.
20 minutes till the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. 513-749-1230. I'm sorry, I just glanced down at the comments. Some of y'all funny. 513-749-1230. That is the number to get on board. Remember not too long ago, I want to try to maybe get all of these out of the way. I told you about a man that burst into flames when he got tasered. Remember that? I don't remember all the details. He was covered with hand sanitizer, and he got tasered, and he burst into flames. Well, he has died. He has died. He's been in ICU since then, and he died on December 15th at Syracuse area burn unit after spending weeks in intensive care. They say he allegedly sprayed hand sanitizer on his body and head, and then he was tasered. And I don't know that there's any way that the officer would have known that he was covered in hand sanitizer and that he would burst into flames. That I would imagine would be scary. That would be scary. I mean, as an officer, you taser. You shoot the taser. I don't know that they actually scream taser. I know she did. But you shoot the taser, and then that was a horrible flame sound. And that's because my lips is dry, and I can't really do the sound effects real good with dry lips. And he's on fire. So yes, he did pass away. Again, he was experiencing a mental health episode, and they want to, there's a lawsuit pending because they're saying that was deadly force given that. But see, and this is a case where I don't know if I would go that way. I don't know if I would say this was a use of deadly force. How am I supposed to know you covered with hand sanitizer and you are going to burst into flames? As a law enforcement official, how am I supposed to know that? But there is something to have a conversation, I guess, to be had, and maybe I'll get Dr. Thomas on here about, especially during this time of year, because my understanding is during this time of year, people with mental health issues, some of that stuff during this time of year can be, is the term, exacerbated, and that people can, really feel it during this time of year. And I'm not exactly sure what we can do. Not exactly sure what we can do to make things better during this time of year for all kind of people. But law enforcement having more training and dealing with people who are experiencing a mental health episode, that would be a good thing. That would be a good thing. I don't know that would have necessarily helped in this case. But again, I wasn't there. Maybe if you doused with sanitizer, maybe the strong smell of sanitizer, alcohol, whatever, would be there, and you'd be like, what's that smell? Smell like alcohol. So you wouldn't, but I don't know. This is the first I've heard of it, so maybe this will go into the training. Don't shoot people with the taser if you have a strong smell of alcohol or whatever around, because that might create a situation where they burst into flames. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And then last, which I believe this will be the last of kind of law enforcement related stories. The last of law enforcement related stories. Of course, we are still waiting. The jury is out. They are deliberating. We're still waiting on Kim Potter verdict in the death of Dante Wright. Her defense told the jury she was justified in using deadly force against Dante Wright, even if she didn't mean to. Even if she didn't mean to. Which brings up a question to me. It brings up a question to me, which I will ask when I come back from this break. Got to take one, of course. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
All the news and information you need.
Purple Pros wants to know, why should cops have to deal with mental cases? What? Davis Denise says, because Ronald Reagan defunded mental health institutions. Black Wolf Fish is saying stupid stuff, so we just, enough said there. He just said stupid stuff. So we just let him say stupid stuff. Oh, boy. Why are y'all making fun of this man who burst into flames? That is not funny. That is not funny at all. And dealing with mental health issues is a serious thing. It's a serious thing. I don't expect police officers to be mental health experts and psychologists and psychiatrists and counselors and all of that kind of stuff. I think from that perspective, I just want, when police are called in a situation, and I'm sorry, they took this job. They know, or they learn what it entails. They can always quit, but they know and they learn what it entails. So if there's a situation where you call police, and some of it is, I won't say they, but we've created a situation where we don't want people to handle their own problems. Like, we don't even want people to have guns to defend themselves now. So we don't want people to handle their own problems. We want people to call police. We should be able to at least expect that police will come in with the mentality. And I believe a lot of them do actually come in with this mentality. I'm not here to kill somebody. And if I have to subdue somebody, I want to use methods other than deadly methods. I believe that happens a lot. So, yeah, if someone's having a mental health episode, Purple Pros, and police are called because, I'm not allowed to deal with it myself. I don't want the police coming in beating the crap out of them or doing things to harm them. They may not be able to give them the counseling they need, but maybe subdue them, get them in a position where they can get the help that they need. I think that's reasonable to ask for and expect. Minutes. Okay, 11 minutes to the top of the hour. The clock just turned. 11 minutes to the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock. Kim Potter's defense tells the jury that the officer was justified in using deadly force against Dante Wright, even if she didn't mean to. And that, hearing that statement raises questions for me. It raises questions. Let's assume for a minute that she was justified in using deadly force. I'm not sure that she was. I know they'll spin it and they'll say, well, he was in the car and there was another officer there and he could have dragged that officer and that officer could have died. So it was a situation where deadly force could have been necessary because the situation could have created great bodily harm or death to that officer. I understand the argument. I understand it. So for a moment, let's accept it. But you didn't intend on using deadly force, according to your story. And I'm not an attorney, and I don't play one on the radio. But if you do something, you're negligent, and your negligence causes the death of someone else, you don't get to say, well, I could have shot him anyway if I wanted to. You were negligent. In this particular case, Kim Potter, my take on it is she was negligent. Even if it was an honest mistake, it was still negligence. I think the argument that it was a mistake, at least for me, does away with the argument that deadly force could have been justified. The argument that oops takes away my deadly force was justified. Oops says to me negligence. Especially as a law enforcement official who we should hold to a higher standard. And I just don't see a situation where I'm looking at it like, well, she didn't intend to. Again, that's if you accept that argument, which I know a lot of people don't. But I'm giving them the argument for the sake of this portion of the show. If I give you that argument, then you can't use, I could have used deadly force in this. And again, I'm not an attorney, but to me, one cancels out the other. Either you were negligent and you should be held responsible for being negligent, or I was trying to use deadly force and I was justified in using deadly force. But I don't think that you can have it both ways. Or at least for me. If I was on that jury, you couldn't have it both ways. Making that argument would have made me find you guilty. Making that argument would have had me find you guilty. Because that's almost like in civil court where they talk about you throw everything against the wall and you see what sticks. I wouldn't have been okay with that. But the jury is still out, so we are technically, I guess, on verdict watch in that case, as well as and forgive me if I pronounce this lady's name wrong. Is it Ghislaine Maxwell? Is that how you pronounce her name? Jeffrey Epstein's the person who is accused of procuring young girls for Jeffrey Epstein. She's been on trial. It hasn't been broadcast, which makes it hard to, see. You got the little pictures, artist renditions of things, but it's hard to, get all the details and all that kind of stuff. Definitely can't carry it live because it's not live. But the lady who they say was getting 14-year-olds for Jeffrey Epstein and all of his rich friends to take to some secret island. Well, maybe the island isn't secret. To take to some island and have their way with them. And yes, some huge names have been mentioned. Bill Clinton has been mentioned. Donald Trump has been mentioned. Prince Andrew has been mentioned, as well as other celebrities and wealthy people. but we're on verdict watch for her too. Yeah, her case is in the hands of the jury. Her case is in the hands of the jury. And they had young girls testify that she set them up. She set them up. You're 14 years old and she's saying things like, oh, you got a nice body, you've got nice breasts, he'll really like you. Like, come on, y'all. This stuff is crazy. This stuff is wild that there are people out here. And I mean, it's not new. We know that there are people out here who prey on young children, on young women in particular. I had coronavirus. So trafficking, human trafficking is real. Human trafficking is real. And if what these young women testified to, if what they testified to is true, and I got no reason to believe it's not true. I got no reason. I mean, I honestly, I believe them. I know somebody go, well, what make you believe them? And I don't know. I don't know what makes me believe them. I didn't see them testify. I read about it. I guess what makes me believe them is I believe that there are terrible people out here who do this kind of stuff. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, by all accounts, was this type of guy. I've not heard people say, like you have people come to people's defense. I've not heard people say, no, Jeffrey Epstein was not that type of guy. Like, this was what he did. Right, I believe at one point he was convicted, and because he had some connections, you know, rich people have connections, and because he had some connections, he got off light, and some shenanigans happened. But this is what Jeffrey Epstein did. But yes, she's facing 6 counts in her scheme to recruit teen girls for sex. And I hope she's found guilty. I believe in the case, and I hope she's found guilty. And I hope she's held accountable. At some point, somebody's got to be held accountable for doing bad things, in particular to children and women. I say it from time to time. We as a society, we got to get back to protecting women and children. And that flies in the face of some of the stuff that I say. But I only say some of that stuff. I only say some of that stuff because, you know, you have people who want equality, And I'm not anti-equality, but if we striving for like equality across the board, men and women, then all right, well, treat women like, but I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I believe as a society, you know, women and children should be protected by the men in the society. And one of the ways that we do that is when we find that people have abused women and have abused children, the punishment that they receive should be severe. And that is, while it may not be the best deterrent, very few people are deterred by punishments. You know, if you're a person who does bad stuff to children, bad stuff to women, I'm hesitant to say some of this stuff because I know how people perceive things that I say, and I'm just trying to tell the truth, but I'm also not trying to get canceled. Okay, trying to tell the truth, but I'm also trying to not get canceled. So if you are one who's out there harming women and harming children, then okay, good. If you're harming women and you're harming children, it's something that's in you. I don't know that that's curable. And I don't know if you can really just fight it. I don't know that a pedophile, for example, can go cold turkey. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the way that it sounds, but I don't know that a pedophile can go cold turkey. So saying severe, swift punishment, if I have that urge, probably ain't gonna stop me from acting on that urge. Let me get a break in here. But we got to figure out something to protect women and children in this society. Let me get this break in. It's the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
WBBC.
I'm sorry. I was out, and I was thinking I'm gonna have to get up and just have dead air to go open the door. Yes. Somebody asked me why I was looking around. I had a reason. That's all. I had a reason.
On Monday, public health officials reported 366 new COVID cases in Hamilton County. Leaders with the Ohio Department of Health showed 8,082 new cases across the state.
Davis Denise says, I have waited all year to hear E-Man say it's right to protect women and children. I say that all the time. Y'all just hear what y'all want to hear. What is wrong? Y'all hear what y'all... Yeah. Why are you talking with your head to the side? I was looking somewhere. We had a situation. 2 minutes after, it's the Afternoon Experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. Just talking about some of these verdicts that we're watching. And about this Ghislaine, I believe is how you pronounce her name. Ghislaine Maxwell. We're on verdict watch for her as well. So yeah, you didn't know?
I didn't know. I haven't heard anybody talking about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's been in the news. I'm just saying I haven't heard like people talking about it.
Well, yeah, it's the jury has the case, and we'll see what happens. 513-749-1230. Let me get back to the phones, or let me get to the phones. Blade.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good. You're talking about deep, serious conversation. What do you do with child molesters? I say they the first one on chopping block when the new laws go down there with purge. They need to be purged because the only thing they do with child molesters is put them on the what's that little thing they put on their ankles?
The little monitoring thing.
Yeah, the only thing they do is put that on there and monitor them. They already said maybe 10, 20 years ago there's nothing they can do with them because that desire is in them and it's always going to be in them. So I don't know. They need to be purged, man, because a person can kill somebody and they can stop that, but once a person molests kids, like you said, what do you really do with them? You can't have them around kids no more. They can't be around schools. They can't be around churches. So what do you really do with them? Besides just, amputate a couple things off of them, but that desire is still in them. And I wanted to tell you, I wanted to mention something. When we was talking about Ritalin, I forgot to say, when they first came out with that experiment on Ritalin, your teacher is not a doctor. The teacher was telling people that something wrong with the kids. The teacher don't have the law to diagnose your child, but it was teachers doing that, and also what made it I don't even have the word for it. They was giving women checks for that, and I noticed somebody called in, and I think they feel guilty because you got your child hooked on legalized crack, and you got paid for it. So I know people trying to get away from around that, but it's sad that the things I say they don't believe. It's proven fact that women that put or men that put their child on Ritalin when it first came, they got checks. So I don't know if they still getting checks for it, but really you gave your child to experiment and you got them hooked on drugs. Because I know a lot of cats that got hooked on that when they grew up, they went straight to crack. But we didn't know when we was children at that time that was crack. Because the same thing they make crack out of it, that's what they make Ritalin out of. It's the same stuff.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know that to be true.
Yeah, well, check it out, because it is true. These things are nothing to play with. But people want to know what's wrong with these children. You know, what they call them things they get out of the stores, that synthetic weed and all that stuff. This is why some of these children are mental disturbed, because they're smoking these chemicals that is messing up their mind. And then you had a legalized doctor come on and said he want to put the children back on this stuff. So, you know, we got drug dealers calling in, but we worry about the drug dealers out in the street. It's just so messed up that we don't realize what's going on. And yeah, you said something, and I don't know if people caught it. She said, even though she's an instructor, imagine why people are shooting people, because you had an instructor training people to do what she did, and they said she accidentally murdered somebody. Come on, man, you can't go out here and accidentally murder nobody.
No,
because what they would do to you. But it's our fault, because we go vote, but still we have no backbone to take action to protect our community. So once we start taking action to take our community back, that's why they voted your boy back in, because the black policemen they don't have the backbone to stand up to take control. But the FOP is the strongest gang in the country. They can't go against that, because they know that something will happen to them or something will happen to their family. So, you know, when you make them oath with the devil, that's what you get. So, you know, we want to know what's going on. It's not about the entity. It's about the oath that they take. It's with the devil. Thank you, bro.
All right. 513-749-1230. I don't know a lot about Ritalin. I don't know anyone other than like Lincoln. I don't know anyone who's ever been on Ritalin.
Did Lincoln say he ever took Ritalin? Or is this an assumption that you're making?
He's the only person that I know of who's ever been on Ritalin. And so I don't have a frame of reference. I don't think that it's like crack. I don't think that it's made up of crack, but I don't know. I don't know. I've never really I'll look into Ritalin. Here's what I can tell you. If they had told me your child needs to be on Ritalin, I would have said, I don't know that that's a good idea. I'll try everything else before I try Ritalin. So, but I mean, who am I I'm not here to judge people. I'm not here to judge people from that perspective, because I would be judging them based on a lack of knowledge. I try not to do that. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Ozzy.
Hey, man, I'm still lost on Ritalin and crack being made of the same thing. I mean, it wasn't the reason I called, but I done lost my train of thought, because we got somebody that is claiming to know how Ritalin is made and how crack is made, and so therefore Ritalin is made from cocaine, And oh man, I just blew my mind. Yeah.
It'll be all right, Ozzy.
Okay. All right. Well, what I want to say that I definitely, what I wanted to talk to you about is that I was in agreement with you, but I guess I just had too much Ritalin and too much, which is the same as crack, and I just can't get beyond that.
Okay, what were you in agreement with?
That Ritalin is made from crack.
That is not what you were. Come on, focus, Ozzy, focus.
Here's one of the things that I
hold on. I was talking about protecting women and children, and what do we do with pedophiles?
Thank you. I wanted to say that should be our major priority, especially in the African American community, is that we have a mentality as men, as warriors.
Ozzy,
yes.
Something happened to your phone.
Can you hear me?
Let's see.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Hey, I had to put you on speakerphone for some reason. Hey, but our children, our women, and I want to include our elderly.
Yes.
We have to protect them as warriors, and especially in our community. Because I'm not talking about from black people. We got to protect them from predators, any and all predators. They deserve that. Our women, our children, and our elderly. And lastly, I just want to say that you were absolutely correct on yesterday. I won't even mention what we were talking about, because I know some people turned off their radios when they heard that if you didn't want to listen, to turn your radio off.
Yeah.
But the president is going to announce some 500 million tests to be sent to the households across America.
Yes.
And I was wrong, because I thought they would be afraid to do that, man. But I just want to say that I heard the pushback you got, both from callers and from the other means of communications that y'all have there. And I still want to say I appreciate what you said. And it came to be because it was announced today. That is exactly what they're going to do, is to send these test kits to households across the nation. And you were right on point, Emanuel.
All right, Ozzy.
Thank you, bro.
All right. And those tests are going to be sent, if my understanding is correct, to people who request them. Like, they're not just going to say, hey, everybody gets a test kit. You get a test kit. You get a test kit. No, you got to request it. But they're saying they have 500 million, I believe, available for anyone who wants them. The at home, I guess the rapid test at home. And it's not just if you're unvaccinated. It's anyone who wants it. Because we should all be getting tested. But that's really it for that. I don't have a whole lot more to say about that. I'm going to wait until Dr. Fauci comes out and says, which I believe will happen soon. I believe it'll happen soon. I'm going to wait till Dr. Fauci comes out and says, we need to ramp up testing. Whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, everyone needs to be getting tested. And then you guys will be like, yeah, we should all be getting tested. And I won't even say it when it happens. I'll just be sitting back thinking, yeah, but I was Fox News when I said that. Yeah. Right. So that's that. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Let me get a break in here first. Shelly, Mr. Wells, Ted, and you, if you call 513-749-1230. That's the number to be That's the number to get on board. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
101.5 The Buzz, connecting you to information and events happening around the city and around the tri-state. Here's what.
All right, I gotta go make a run and grab me some water. So enjoy some commercials. It didn't really hurt my feelings. I just thought it was a little on the ridiculous side. Like, what am I saying? That's Fox News-ish. Because I want to be accurate. I want to be accurate. But enjoy some commercials. I'll be right back.
Visa debit card make getting your tax refund simple and easy. It's free to get and no credit check. Enroll in direct deposit and get your refund back faster than waiting for a check in the mail. Hassle-free and easy, just like it should be. Go to onevip.com and get your card today. The One VIP Visa prepaid card is issued by Stride Bank N.A. Member FDIC pursuant to a license from Visa USA Inc. Use of the One VIP card is subject to terms and conditions.
New on TV One.
For over 20 years, I've sung on stages all over the world.
R&B icon Selena Johnson.
Body do the talking.
For over a decade, I dreamed about another stage. As a fitness competitor, I got the right trainer, I got the right mindset, I got the right magic. I want to show women all over the world that they can do it all in this lifetime. Here is how I went from one stage to the next.
Selena Johnson, one stage to the next. All new tonight at 10 on TV One.
A Journal for Jordan, a film by Denzel Washington, based on a true story.
It was just an honor to share this beautiful story about how far love will go. Love is universal.
A Journal for Jordan, rated PG-13, exclusively in movie theaters Friday.
Hey, this is Lincoln Ware. If you have a passion to work in radio or television like me, you need to visit Ohio Media School, Cincinnati. Call, schedule a campus tour, and get started right away. In just 8 months, you will have the training you need to work as an editor, cameraman, technical director, sportscaster, and even a YouTuber. Call right now and schedule a campus tour. Ohio Media School, Cincinnati trains you for the career in media you want. Call 513-283-8971. Ohio Media School, Cincinnati has been training people like you for more than 30 years to get the job of your dreams. Ohio Media School, Cincinnati offers flexible class schedules, and there's financial aid for those who qualify. Call right now and start being a professional in what you are most passionate about. Ohio Media School, Cincinnati, 513-283-8971, 513-283-8971, or visit beonair.com.
Attention anyone who wants health insurance. Right now is the open enrollment period for health insurance, so now is the best time to get the health insurance you and your family need during the open enrollment period. The Health Advisor toll-free helpline is now open to help anyone who wants health insurance coverage now or anyone who just needs a better plan or a lower price. Did you miss the deadline last?
All right, I have a question that I think I know the answer to. I'm 90% sure, but looking at it, if I have a cylinder, in this case, it's my cup, round, but one side is smashed in. I don't know what they did to this cup. One side is smashed in, but it's the same. Doesn't it have the same area, the same volume smashed in as it does rounded out? Or does that change the volume, even though it's the same everything? I can't hear you. I don't think that changes the volume because the area, like this is still the same, even though this is flattened. If it were rounded, wouldn't it still be the same? Like if you take a cylinder and you flatten one side, you don't change the I'm going to say circumference, even though it's not a circle, because you flattened it out. But it doesn't change the circumference and the area of that circle. So, when you make it a cylinder, it doesn't change the volume, right? But no. But that's only because you're smashing the stuff out of it. Because you're smashing the stuff out of it. You're not just changing the shape of it. but you're changing the shape of it because you're changing the volume. No, but if you take that same tube of toothpaste, leave the top on, then smash one side of it flat. No, the top is still on. It will not change the volume. Thank you, perimeter. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. That won't change the volume. I've done it to a brand new tube of toothpaste. I've taken it and I flattened out the best I could one side. The toothpaste was still in there. It still held the same amount of toothpaste. It wasn't coming out. I don't know that to be true. I don't totally reject it. So did I. What that mean? 20 minutes after, it's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. We're gonna on the break. I want to ponder this a little more. On the break, we're talking about the volume of a cylinder depending on the shape of the thing. Because if it's not round, is it still a cylinder? It's something else, right? We'll get into that again on the break. If you didn't know, I live stream on Facebook. I live stream on YouTube. I live stream on Twitch. I live stream on Twitter. And I live stream on Instagram, even though I know I'm not on Instagram today. So you can search my name on any of those platforms and you should be able to find the live stream. We have some interesting conversations. Somewhat interesting. Okay, maybe only interesting to me, but still.
We just a bunch of nerds. It's okay.
513-749-1230. Let's go back to the phone. Shelly, you're on the buzz.
Hi, I wanted to put a shout out there for Cecil Thomas too. As far as what Blade was saying, was it Blade about the Ritalin?
All right.
I feel like Ozzy, like that totally. He got me way off track. But you can go into Children's right now, or into any of the college dorms, and you will find a board with research studies all over it that will pay you. So this isn't,
Hold on, say that one more time.
All right, we'll just stick with one place. Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
All right.
You walk inside the door. There are boards everywhere advertising to parents that they will pay them to come and do a research.
Okay, and you're saying that to say what?
Like the whole Ritalin thing, and parents getting paid.
That's what?
I guess always been around. It's still happening. If we thought it was such a bad thing hold on a second. Can you please stop? Sorry, distracted.
All right.
If it was wrong then it should be wrong now.
Well, it's
right?
research. People research medicines constantly.
Okay, so you think it's okay that parents are getting paid for Ritalin? I thought you disagreed. I thought you were saying it's bad they did that.
No, I didn't have an opinion whatsoever on Ritalin. I'm not sure how I feel about parents getting paid to put their children on Ritalin. I don't know.
Well, I don't think it was. The reason I brought that up is because the way he said it made it sound like they were getting paid. But if you do these things, it's not if they pay you. It's like a one-time whatever. Really what they want from you is the data and the results. But that falls right into mental health and right into the police. Because, I don't know, do you remember recently when there was that SWAT situation and a cop shot his gun and he meant to shoot his taser?
Well, he he shot if we're talking about the same thing, I think it was a shotgun. He meant to have a beanbag round in it, but he had a live round in it, and he almost shot the dude with a live round when he meant, luckily he missed, but he meant to shoot the guy with the beanbag round.
Yeah, okay, right. I knew it was something similar to that. But here's my thing. If social workers did their jobs in the first place, police would not have to deal with these calls. I mean, hold on a second. Take that out of the room. I told you 10 times. Sorry.
Don't hit him.
Cincinnati Public won't let my kid come to school because he can't wear a mask. So, I know of one couple who was special needs that was forced by the county, to live on their own. He killed her. Now she's dead and he's in jail when they should have never been living alone in the first place. Another day, I'm coming up down Hamilton Avenue and by the high school, and this black boy is trying to run into the street and kill himself. And he's got a white girl on one side and a black girl on the other.
What?
And so I put my car in park. I go around the block. I'm like, oh my God. So I put my car in park. I called 911. There's cars everywhere, but nobody stopped. And I could see on his face, like, oh my God, something isn't right here. So I pull over, and he's like, I'm done. It's over, blah, blah, blah. And the girls are crying.
Tell me, you talked him down.
I called the police. The police came. I tried to help, but the police came, and from far away, it would have looked like police, what do you call it?
I don't know. What do you call it?
They overdo violence.
Brutality?
Yeah, that's it. It would have looked like police brutality. But I'm not kidding you, man. This kid was, like, banging his head against a brick wall. He was seriously trying to kill himself, and I guess he, like, wrecked his mom's car. He admitted to being high on pot, and then he got in trouble at school, and he didn't want to be stuck at home for 3 days with his mom, and the police knew him. But when they had him,
how did you find all of that out?
Because I stopped. It was me and the kid and the two girls for however it felt like forever until the police got there.
And he told you his life story?
Yeah, because I was still there, like, when the police were there. Because the police, because he was, like, and then, like, he was trying to bang his head. And then when the cops got him onto the ground, and the cop put his hand under his head so he wouldn't bang it on the ground. And then when he was putting him in the car, like, he was trying to bang his head on the, it was just, the guy needed help. And the girls, I was impressed that these girls even knew what a 72-hour hold was.
Hold on, how old was this person?
High school. So I'm just guessing. Don't hold me to it, okay?
Well, I would imagine he told you his life story. I would imagine he told you how old he was.
Why he was trying to kill himself, I'm sitting there like, why are you trying to do this? You have people that care about you. Why are you trying to do this? Trying to keep him out of the road until the cops got there.
Okay.
But people do tell me their life stories. They always have. But, so that boy, all children's would do for him. And, like, even the cops said, all they're going to do is 72-hour hold. Like, we've arrested him before. We know his story. We know his family. Like,
so the police told you some more to the story. Okay, go ahead.
No, well, it was a whole big scene, Emanuel.
Okay, yeah.
It was me and the girl.
You and the girls.
Me and the boy and the two girls.
Uh-huh.
It was just us.
And he told you his life story, and then when the police...
He was screaming out to the world.
Right, and
like,
then...
he was like, I can't live like this. I don't want to go back to jail. My mom... He was, like, telling it.
I'm in high school. Yeah, all of that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No,
okay, but back in my day...
And then when the police showed up, they said, thank you, Miss Shelley. We appreciate you stepping in to help. We've arrested this guy before. We're sending him to Children's Hospital.
No, they were talking to him.
72
and no,
hour.
me and the friends were like standing together because they were frantic, and the cop was dealing with him, wrestling him to the ground and stuff. So I'm talking to them
while holding his hand under his head so he wouldn't bash it again.
He was trying to kill himself, sir. He was really trying to kill himself. I don't know why you think this is like something funny.
No, I think you're making it up. So
I have pictures to prove it.
And you took pictures as well.
I took pictures of the cop on top of that kid because for this reason, to prove, like, look, you see this picture, but you think it's terrible. My phone was in my hand because I was on the phone with 911, like, please hurry, this kid.
Right.
I don't think it's really funny. I don't think you realize
I
what
don't
is
believe
going
you.
on in this town.
No, I just don't believe you. I don't believe
Why would I
you.
make it up?
I don't know why you make the things up that you make up. I don't know.
Anyway, so my point is there's no long-term inpatient comprehensive psychiatric care in the city of Cincinnati or the county of Hamilton. And if you think it's funny, that's exactly why we got the problems that we got.
All right.
You don't care? I just can't believe you think that's so funny.
No, I think
But
you're
my
making it
point
up,
is,
Shelley.
if the
I think you're making it up.
workers,
I think you're lying.
I'm not lying.
I think
My point is,
at best, Shelley, you're embellishing the story.
there's nothing to embellish. A kid was trying to run into traffic and kill himself.
And
His
you
two
ran
friends
up,
were trying to
and you
stop
took
him.
pictures of
I
him.
pulled it back around, got out of my car, and tried to help until the cops
And
came.
took pictures, and then he
I
told
didn't
you.
take no pictures.
You said you took pictures.
I took one, and it was very quick. I took one. It's
You just
blurry
took
because
one.
it was in the moment. Because I'm.
Shelley, you said I have pictures to prove it. You didn't say I have a picture to prove it, Shelley. You said I have pictures. The S on the end makes it plural. To prove
with
it.
the police,
That
that
was
if
what
you
you
look
said.
at it, you would think is a terrible thing, but really it's not because they were stopping him from killing
All right.
himself.
Shelley,
but the
I
point
appreciate
is, if
your
the
call.
social workers did their jobs,
Yeah, if the social workers did their jobs. Yeah, I appreciate your call. I genuinely don't believe your story, even though I think you were making it up to prove a point, and that is somehow that social workers aren't doing their job. But I don't understand what it is that you would want social workers to do to create a situation where people with mental health issues don't suffer from mental health issues. Now, I don't know what a social worker can do to make it so that people with mental health issues don't have an episode, and forgive me if that's not the appropriate terminology, but blaming social workers just don't seem like the right thing to do. And I honestly, y'all was all listening. I never actually laughed. I don't believe her. I don't believe her. There were some inconsistencies in that story. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
It's like deja vu all over again. All over again.
Baby, it's
with Emanuel Livingston at noon, then at 3. It's Keeping It Real with the Reverend Al Sharpton.
I can't prove that she made up the story. I can't prove that she made up the story. But I don't believe her. But if you think it's funny, nobody laughed. We don't believe you.
How's the apartment search going?
Frustrating. Found one place, but the landlord said he wouldn't rent to us because he didn't want kids on the upper floors. Another said she didn't want kids of certain ages.
Now, back to the cylinder thing. For just a second. So you take the cup, and the perimeter of the cylinder has a certain measurement, right? It's round in this particular case. But if I take it and I flatten out one side, and all around, it still has the same perimeter. It still has, I didn't change anything but the shape. The volume would end up being the same, though the shape is different. If I could flatten all four sides and make it square, but it still have the same measurements around. The cylinder thing, I don't know why. I'm looking at this cup and it's flat on this side. I don't know what happened, but that made me start thinking about it. And I'm trying to go back to high school, which was what? For me, high school was 30 years ago. Thank you, Renita. I believe you because you agree with me, which is horrible. That's what we do nowadays, though. We do. We seek out news that agrees with our worldview. We seek out, not me. I listen to everything. But a lot of us seek out news that agree with our worldview. And when I'm asking a math question, I accept the answer that agrees with the conclusion that I've already come to. So, Renita, thank you for the correct answer. Because I already agreed with it. And Renita says she's a chemist. I don't know that makes all the difference, but I already believe you, chemist or not, because you agree with me. Oh. Was it just me, or did Shelly sound like she was lying just to kick it? Yeah, Odell was. She sounded like she was lying. No part of me believed that story. She just made it up, like y'all said, on the fly. And she was coming up with details as she was going along. And, then when you ask a question, that throws everything off. So it's my fault. Mm-hmm. 23 minutes to the top of the hour. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock. Did you know, this is, relatively old news, but they're getting ready to add an area code in our area. The 283. The 283. Yeah, 513 area code. They're running out of numbers. And so they're going to start a new area code. They're going to start a new area code. 283. Just be aware. So if you see, coming up, when is that expected to start? In 2023. 2023. 283. I think I want a 283 area code.
That sounds so ugly.
You'll get used to it. Now, that won't work out for like 513 Day, which is like what, May 13th? There is no 283. February the 83rd does not exist. So, it won't work out for that. But I want to be one of the first ones with a 283 area code. Yeah. I like it. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Mr. Wells.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Livingston?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm blessed. Look, I did post something in the room, the chat room. I posted about Ritalin and its similarity to cocaine. And that's for another day. And then also I posted something about Antonin Scalia, the late Supreme Court Judge Antonin Scalia.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to, if individuals say, what do you do about these predators? Institutions protect predators, all right? The Catholics did it, and the people don't even argue about it. And that's why you have the Survivors Network of abuse by priests. That's SNAP, all right? People can say the QAnon movement, blah, 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 blah. individuals, the Boy Scouts of America have admitted they'd had individuals move around. What you have with Epstein, as opposed to more of the homosexual stuff, that it's clearly the pedophilia, that Jerry Sandusky could not have gone all those decades in Pennsylvania if he wasn't protected. Sandusky had a good long run, and institutions and judges protected Sandusky, and at some point they said it's over with. Institutions protect these people, and SNAP became politically engaged, and look what's happening now. You get a high-profile one like Epstein, and this woman is on trial now, and you're like, wait a minute, so there is an admission to these people, and let's be clear, Trump never went to that island he has. Trump had a statement from 2002.
Wait. Before you say that, let's be clear. Let's be clearer. You don't know for a fact that Trump never went to that island. Just because Trump
Epstein never said he went there.
Hold on. Just because Trump never said he went there and Epstein never said he went there, that's not proof that he didn't go there.
That is proof.
That is not proof.
That's proof.
You don't know what proof is then. There are a number of things that I've done that I never said that I did, and no one else has ever said that I did it, but that doesn't prove that I didn't do it. You don't know what proof is if you believe that's proof. I just wanted to be clear. Go ahead and continue.
Look, he has said he's invited to the island and those who've gotten on his private jet. Also, he gave $30 million to Harvard University. And he worked at a very influential private school, the Dalton School in New York City.
And?
This is on record.
And?
So look, this guy was, wait a minute, let me finish. This guy was connected.
He was.
Being a teacher.
With Trump.
This guy was No.
Yeah. They have photos of them together.
And look, they got photos of Epstein and whom else? Chris Tucker was on his plane going after.
Wait. That wasn't the point. You just finished saying Trump said he never met him, which Trump never said. You're making stuff up, and I'm going to ask you to please stop making stuff up. Please. Go ahead and continue.
I never said Trump never said him. I said Trump never said he went on the island. Stop. Now you're doing misinformation. There's a picture of him and Trump.
Well, hold on. Let me. I could have swore when I was talking, you said, because I said with Trump, it sounded to me as if you said Trump never met him. That's what it sounded like I heard you say. So if you didn't say that, let me apologize. If you didn't say that, let me apologize. That's sure what I heard.
Okay, so we got this heterosexual pedophilia, and you get this thing with the Catholics and the survivors networks of abuse priests, that SNAP. However, in the country, and people cannot get upset, you have the NAMLA organization, the North American Man-Boy Love Association. They actually teach the Greek model. I want to be real clear. You can look up NAMLA. It's been a big argument in this country.
We know what it is. We know what it is.
No, it doesn't get discussed. That does not. So there's a culture in the USA.
Doesn't mean we don't know what it is.
Okay, there's a culture in this country of institutions engaging in supporting inappropriate moral norms that would be actual criminal activity. One segment of the society says, you know what, stop doing it here. Go to Indonesia, go to Thailand, go somewhere outside this country and do it internationally so you don't commit a crime in this country. Go overseas and mess with little boys, little girls. It's even going over in Kenya, a certain part of Kenya, in Mombasa, they're doing it. See?
Now you're confusing me now. What are you talking about? What's the point you're trying to make?
No, because there's a segment of our culture. There's a subculture.
Right. We agree with that. Yes.
Okay, so here's my point. Now, we got R. Kelly up there, and nobody's going to say, wait a minute, you got R. Kelly on the Mann Act and the RICO. R. Kelly had already gone to court in Cook County.
Wait.
Judges.
Hold on. You said, okay, here is my point, and then you pivoted to R. Kelly. So let's do this way. Because every once in a while, you got to change stuff up depending on the caller. You have to, read the room and know everything going on. How about we do this? You tell me the overarching point, not examples to prove the point. Let's start off with you giving me the actual point that you want to make, and then we'll delve into the example. So what is the point that you're trying to make?
Well, it seems that if people want to say something's dirty and attach it to Trump, let's just examine the culture.
Hold on, stop. So the point, So the point that you're trying to make is that Trump is not dirty. That's the point of this call. No, my point is that Emanuel is trying to explain Maxwell's conduct relative to Trump.
and that's not what's going on in this country.
Hold on. Now, let me be clear. Everybody was listening. You were listening too. At no point before your call, I don't believe that I mentioned Trump except for one time, just in terms of the names of people who was associated with Mr. Epstein. I also mentioned Bill Clinton. I also mentioned Prince Andrew. So I did mention them, and they were indeed associated. So you heard Trump's name, and then you took that as an opportunity to call in to attempt to defend Donald Trump for being associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And that's the entire point of your call.
No, I'm saying you're being quite compartmentalized and maybe sort of cowardly about how this process is when we talk about who's doing what to children, who we accept it from, we encourage it as a culture, and who goes to court and is held accountable, and it's very inconsistent. Because this guy gave $30 million to Harvard. You haven't said that.
Why would I say that? I'm not talking about what he gave and to whom. I'm talking about the fact that we as a society need to do more to protect our women and our children, and I will add what Ozzy added, and our elderly. We should do that. And for you to hear that and decide that the best course of action is to call that radio station and defend Donald Trump, that says to me that I asked you what was your point, and you said my point is, and it was Trump. That was your entire point. Okay, well then hold on. Let's try this exercise one more time, and please try to listen carefully. Hold on. I want you to tell me, no examples.
You mean the audience?
No, I know me. I want you to tell me what is the point that you want to make in this call.
My point is that I'm going to hold you accountable for mischaracterizing how we operate as a culture, and then hopefully you could have some justice and some sense of fairness about what's going on and how to correct it.
All right, that's a good point. And so,
because wait, hold on a second. You say QAnon doesn't exist, but guess what? These people going to court and getting charged some untoward behavior.
I never said that QAnon doesn't exist. What are you talking about?
Look, you and Raven push back when somebody brings up about people getting their justice and becoming politicized if they've been harmed by certain institutions, particularly sexual abuse that could be criminal.
No, you just made that up.
Nobody is about to sit on a black radio station and advocate for Donald Trump. It just doesn't make any sense. That's what you want from us right now. You are upset because we don't get on here and kiss his behind like you do, and we're not going to do that. And I just need you to accept that. I just need you to accept that. Because if you're going to keep calling here and trying to convince Emanuel of all people to kiss Donald Trump's ass, it's not going to happen. That's a failed, futile attempt, and I just wish you would stop.
Miss Mundy, you yourself says QAnon is a conspiracy.
Hold on, stop.
I don't give a damn about QAnon.
No one said that. You're making stuff up. You know, you really are damaging your credibility. And because from time to time you come up with good points, I'm going to just let you go. I'm going to help you try to keep some credibility. All right? Thank you for your call. I've never said QAnon doesn't exist. I'm not here to... Like I said, I wasn't focused on Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. I mentioned it one time, just like I mentioned Bill Clinton, just like I mentioned Prince Andrew.
That's not what he cared about, though. He cared about Donald Trump.
So if you're like, hey, let me call in and defend Donald Trump to these guys, I don't know. It makes me wonder about you. Just makes me wonder. Let me get a break. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
Urban 1 returns to
I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, what? Didn't y'all hear me? Maybe I heard it wrong. Like, I thought I heard him say Donald Trump never met Jeffrey Epstein. I thought I heard him say that when I was talking. But I was talking, and so he said it. I might have misunderstood him. But I could have swore I heard him say that. I could have swore I heard it. But and I asked him what was his point, and his point was to defend Donald Trump. Well, Glenn, that would have been, I misheard. Because it was all, I thought I heard him say that. And then he went on to QAnon. You said QAnon doesn't exist. I have never said that, ever. I've never said anything that could be confused for that. Yes, what we have here is a failure to communicate. He does have a year's worth of stuff to get off his chest. He does not, I don't necessarily believe he has ADHD. I don't know that you could make that assessment based on his rambling on the radio. You know what? I have to start eating. I haven't eaten anything today. I probably won't eat anything until I leave here and go home. And I'll be sitting around, it'll be 6:30, 7 o'clock, and then I'll be saying, you know what? I haven't eaten anything today. And I was told by someone that could be a part, not the whole, but a part of the reason why I'm as fat as I am. That my body is storing fat because I don't eat enough. So my body stores it because it don't know when it's going to get some more whatever. Well, no, I was saying, I wasn't saying that that's not how it works. I said that is a part of why I'm as fat as I am. That's not the whole reason. It's not the whole reason. It's just a part of it, a small part. But I believe it is a part. I don't know nothing about no keto diet. You remembering? You are misremembering. You are misremembering. You had a conversation with somebody that looked like me. Uh-uh. Charles says, how much do you weigh? 5'5", 200 pounds. If I was a prize fighter, I'd be a heavyweight.
Every day.
What the heck?
Will be like a holiday.
Christmas song. Turn it off. Turn it off. Just because they got some sleigh bells in there, that I heard that is not a Christmas song. I reject that that's a Christmas song.
It's in the Christmas song.
That is not a Christmas song. And just because they got little sleigh bells ringing, I could put there's some holes in it. I put some sleigh bells in it. That's a Christmas song.
It would be,
no,
actually.
It is not.
Actually, I might just do that and bring that for you tomorrow. Because that would be a hot Christmas song.
It is not.
You get it? Ho, ho, ho. You get it?
That's not what they're saying in that song.
But it don't matter. Apparently, it don't matter what's said on Christmas songs as long as it got sleigh bells in the back.
No,
and
but
slow
what I'm
singing.
saying is, you're saying ho ho ho. That song is not talking about hoes. H-O. It's talking about H-O-L-E-S. There's some hoes in this house. It's a song. It's a contractor song. There was this guy, and he was invited to fix up this house, and when he walks into the house, he looks around, and someone has vandalized the house as they moved out, and so they've put holes all throughout the house. So as he walks through the house, he's saying, there's some holes in this house, there's some holes in this house, there's some holes in this house, there's some holes in this house.
But okay,
H-O-L-E-S.
and I get, people sample songs and stuff like that. So for this Christmas remix, it could just be, Santa, he came down the chimney, he had his milk and cookies, and then he went ho ho ho. See, now some holes in the house.
See, that's what's the word?
If Santa Claus is standing in your house and he says ho ho ho, there's now officially holes in your house. Am I wrong?
I don't like that. I don't like that. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Let me go back to the phone. Mark.
Hey, how y'all doing?
How you doing, sir? I'm fantastic.
All right. Just talking about this Kim Potter trial. I have a feeling she might get off. I don't think she should get off. Jurors, they like to give police officers the benefit of the doubt.
They do.
And, just her getting up there on the witness stand crying and saying she didn't mean to hurt nobody, she didn't mean to do this. And I do agree with you when you said you can't play it both ways and say, well, I didn't mean to use deadly force, but I did. And it's kind of contradicting herself. But Philando Castile, the young man that got shot multiple times, we had his girlfriend and the baby in the car. That happened a few years ago in Minnesota, I believe. Well, that cop walked. And the jury pretty much gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
And they tend to do that. Even up there in Texas, when the guy got killed up there eating ice cream in his own apartment, you heard jurors come out there and say, well, the police officer's been through so much. I think she got, 10 years, and she might do half of that. Hey, do you remember the case dealing with Breonna Taylor?
I do.
Do you know that young man that they was looking for, that they was talking about was dealing drugs and all that?
Uh-huh.
I heard the report that this guy got probation. He didn't even get no prison time.
Okay, why would he have gotten prison time? Why did you want him to get prison time?
No, I'm talking about the young man that they was not the one that
right, the one who they said was
No, I was saying what the police was making a lot of hoolah about, that this guy was dealing drugs and they were trying to make a deal with him.
Right.
And if I say they went through all this here, and this young lady lost her life over a guy they didn't really have nothing on. They didn't really have nothing on him. For the say they went through all this young lady lost her life. She shouldn't even lost her life. They didn't really have nothing on the guy for him to just get probation time.
I agree.
I think they was trying to say they were trying to offer him like 10 years if he flipped and say Breonna Taylor had something to do with to try to say he was involved with the stuff he was doing. They didn't even have nothing on this guy, and he get probation. And the reason why I'm saying that because this lady here lost her life for something that I don't think the police really even had no evidence on this guy with what they say what they claim that he was doing. But
okay.
I just think that this going back to Kim Potter, with them tears and stuff like that, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be more surprised if they found her guilty, but I do think she should be found guilty. But I just got a feeling she gonna walk. So,
all right.
Look, y'all have a good day. That's all I need to say.
Mark, you do the same. All right. I hope she does not walk. Ken Anderson, hold on just a moment. Well, I can get Ken started. Ken's typically relatively brief. Ken, you're on the bus.
Yes. Actually, it's breaking news. I want to congratulate Fanon Rucker. He is now the new Hamilton County Clerk of Courts. So congratulations. So I just want to, that'll probably be on the news that just broke a few minutes ago. and just wanted to pass that out there. And to me, that's one of the best Christmas presents for Hamilton County, along with our new commissioners. And it shows a good thing as well as the new mayor-elect Aftab and his successor. So that was a good decision. All right, that was it. God bless everybody. Have a Merry Christmas.
You do the same, Ken.
All right, blessings.
All right, that was Ken Anderson. Says Fanon Ruckers, the new clerk of courts. All right, I like Fanon. I trust Fanon. I'm sorry, Mr. Rucker. I ain't never been to his house. I can't be like Fanon. But I trust him. So that's good. Let me get this break in here. 513-749-1230. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
WDC Cincinnati, home of the afternoon experience with Emanuel Livingston and Keeping It Real with Al Sharpton. Weekdays on 1230 AM. The Buzz of Cincinnati, your talk station.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text.
I wanted to the story where the guy, and I can't remember his name, and I thought I printed it out today. He went to his ex-girlfriend's house and shot her, and then got on Facebook and said, I just shot my ex-girlfriend in the head, and I'm going over to shoot my ex-wife, or his girlfriend, and I'm going over to shoot my ex-wife, and I can't go to jail, so once I shoot her, then I'm going to end it. I wanted to talk about that story, but I don't have it. Do you remember his name? It's like a story that's like a week old. Oh, you finished binge watching Dope Sick. It was a good little series. And I'm with you. I could never see myself taking no Oxycontin. Raji, hold on, I pulled it up on my computer here. Raji Sharif Black. That was his name. Minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until 3 o'clock this afternoon. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. Of course, it's a few days before Christmas. On Christmas Eve, which is Friday, I know we will not be here, but you will probably hear best of and maybe Christmas music. On tomorrow, this show will be cut short because at 2:30, Miami and Oxford, they have a football game. Starts at 2:30. So that will preempt this show. So just be ready. And then Keeping It Real with the Reverend Al Sharpton will play following that show or that game. All right? 513-749-1230. Had the story, and I guess it goes along the lines of kind of what I've been talking about so far. Us needing to protect our women, our children, and our elderly. But there's a few other elements in this story as well. This is from the New York Post. A Maryland man gunned down his former girlfriend in Baltimore, then murdered his ex-wife and confessed to the killings on Facebook Live before shooting himself. Yeah. And I watched the video, and it is eerie how calm this dude is. Raji Sharif Black, 44, admitted that he murdered his ex-girlfriend, Tara Labang. I might be pronouncing that wrong. Saturday afternoon, while outside the Columbia apartment building of his ex-wife, Wendy Natalie Black. And then he went in and killed his ex-wife. And he's on Facebook Live, just presumably with his phone, and he's talking. And he's explaining his predicament. He's explaining how he got to this place mentally and emotionally. He explains, if I remember correctly, well, how about I just read? He says, I did something crazy, man. I just shot my ex-girlfriend in the head, yo. He said it felt like a dream. I never thought I would be that guy. He was distraught about child custody issues with both women. He said it's been real crazy. He said the ex-wife accused him of doing some things with the children, and then the girlfriend, they got into an argument, and she said he wasn't going to be able to see the children or something like that. And so he just decided that was it. That was his breaking point. He says, the person that really started my depression and all of this is my ex-wife. So she next. And then I'm going to do myself. But I wanted to say this to people. Don't play with people's emotions, man. Don't lie on these men. You can then see the wife come to the door, and he says to her, here's my ex-wife right now. And then I think he says something like, yeah, today is the day. And the video stops. And so he went in and he shot her, and then he killed himself, all according to the report. The couple's 2 children were found unhurt in his BMW outside the woman's apartment. So he went to his ex-girlfriend's house, shot her in the head with his children, drove to his ex-wife's house, told the kids, here, stay in the car. On his way from the car to his ex-wife's house, makes a video saying, I shot my ex-girlfriend. I can't go to prison, so I'm going to shoot my ex-wife. I'm going to kill her, and then I'm going to kill myself. All with his kids in the car. That's just, it is horrible. Now, look, he has one good point. One good point. People stop playing with people's emotions. But at the same time, people, get a hold of your emotions. Get a hold of your emotions. If ain't nobody trying to kill you, you shouldn't be killing people. I don't care if she cheated on you, if she said you couldn't see the kids, if she accused you of doing something bad to the kids. You ain't got no business killing that woman. You need to get a hold, people, not him. He not here. Get a hold of your emotions. Don't be ruled by your emotions. People are going to fail you. That's just a fact. People are going to fail you. Get a hold of yourself. Prepare yourself to deal with, and I mean honestly, prepare yourself to deal with disappointment and hurt. And deal with it in a responsible way. Go to counseling. Go to counseling. Counselors are out here to help you deal with this stuff. See, somebody said he was mentally ill. I don't know if he was mentally ill. Just because you upset and hurt because somebody did something to you and you lash out, that's not necessarily mental illness.
I'm kind of glad that you said that, because we're so used to, and that's why it doesn't get addressed correctly. I think that's part of why it doesn't get addressed correctly, because I think that we get so comfortable labeling people with a mental health issue that don't actually have a mental health issue. They just were never taught the proper way to deal with their actual emotions. There's nothing wrong with there's not somebody who they don't suffer with a chemical imbalance like maybe I do because of certain actual biological issues that I had at birth because my parent was using drugs. There are people who just don't have the skills to assess what is the appropriate reaction to their emotions because they was never taught it. They were never, raised in an environment that taught them the proper way to deal with said emotions. And that's not a mental issue. That's just a life skill issue. That's a character flaw. That can be addressed if you are aware of it and you work towards fixing it.
When I saw the video, and it was a small write-up, and then I watched the video, and he resigned himself to exactly what was going to happen. He knew what was going to happen. He thought it through. It wasn't when they talk about, it's a crime of passion. No, he thought this through. And I just need people, men, women, and everybody else. I need people to learn to deal with your emotions. Because something like this should never happen. Should never happen. And of course, I'm of the mind that, look, if it's so bad that you can't deal with it no more, just take yourself out. And I hate to say that, but you traveling to kill people because you hurt. And you don't want to hurt no more. Well, if you feel that way, and if you've come to the conclusion that you don't want to hurt no more to that degree, and I hesitate to say it because that sounds like I'm endorsing somebody killing themselves. But if that's what you got to do, you took out 3 people when you could have just took out 1. And what about the trauma that you causing those children? That's just horrible. Horrible. And I make no excuses for it. And y'all, this emotional stuff is real. Now, to his point, don't play with people's emotions. You know how every once in a while, well, almost every day on my page, I get this Facebook thing where it gives me a memory. And I want to say it was like 11 years ago. I posted something about, I don't remember exactly what it was.
I remember your post. You posted about telling people you love them now. I think it was. Like being very intentional about letting people know that you love and care about them.
That was one.
That's the one I remember.
And there was something about being emotionally genuine with people.
Oh, yeah.
If you like somebody, say you like them. If you don't like them, say you don't. But don't play them. Don't pretend you like somebody because you want to play them and play with their emotions. That's, again, not to say that that's an excuse to go that far, because it's not. But you never know. That might be the thing that pushes somebody over that edge emotionally. So if we can all just be aware of how we deal with each other emotionally and be aware of our own emotions. I'm not here to make excuses for that guy. That's horrible. Horrible. 513-749-1230. But if you need counseling, if you feeling something and you don't know how to deal with it, emotionally something is happening to you and you don't know how to deal with it, reach out to a counselor. Reach out to somebody and get some help. And to heck with what anybody have to say about whether you weak, or, because I know it is a thing. I don't want somebody else in my business. I don't need nobody else to tell me that. People can help you. There are people out there who can help you. Getting counseling is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. So it helps you learn how to deal with those feelings. Hopefully in a constructive way, not a destructive way. So I encourage you, get counseling if you need it. And the heck with what anybody else think about it. Twin and CK, hold on just a moment. Let me get this break in here. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
1230 The Buzz, sister station 101.1 The
Davis Denise says no mentally ill person is seeking counselors. That's not true. Mentally ill people seek counselors. They go to counselors. They go for help. It does happen. It does happen. But I don't believe this guy was mentally ill. Now, I don't believe that based on, a 30 or 45-second clip or whatever it was. She said, why you read my comments? I go back and forth, and I don't read every comment that pop up. But when I see something that catches my eye, I read it. Let me see, 513 dude says a mental therapist would have only helped her because as soon as he admitted he was having violent thoughts, they would have to report it so they be alive and he'd be in jail. Better situation for them. But if you learn how to deal with yourself, I think, and I'm not a counselor, I think if you learn how to deal with emotions that arise in you, hopefully you don't get to that point where you're having violent thoughts because of your emotions. Because in essence, what he was saying was, they hurt my feelings real bad. And they maybe falsely accuse me of some stuff, and that's hurting my feelings. Davis Denise want to know, are you talking about the guy who killed his mama at 24 years old? I'm not talking about that guy. Now, if you want to talk, I'm not very familiar with the story. I hadn't seen the story. So if you want to call in and discuss it and give me the details, then I'll talk about it. But I haven't seen the story. So I have to see the story and read the story. And I know there's a delay. She's asking now, why aren't you talking about that? And again, I hadn't seen the story. I heard somebody mention it, but I hadn't seen the story. So I have to read the story. And then it might be something that I'll talk about. But of course, you could call and discuss it. I'm not calling you. We on a break. Somebody said he didn't look crazy. And I'm not going on what he looks like. Again, admittedly, I'm going off of a small clip, but I'm going off of just the conversation that he had, which, again, I'm not a counselor, and admittedly, that's not the best way to diagnose anyone. Daryl says, yeah, the guy in North College Hill killed his mama while she was on the phone with 911. He broke in her room and stabbed her multiple times.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably. Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first
And happy holidays to you as well. B-Rav said he wasn't crazy. Excuse me. Clearing my throat all up in y'all ear. But if I have to clear my throat, let me clear my throat. Oh!
Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzz driving is drunk.
Yeah, they said the dude had schizophrenia who murdered his mom. Shahira, but I wasn't saying anything wrong to get booed. I watched that video from time to time, and that one was the longer version that I have. There's like a 35-second clip, but what was that, like 3-minute clip? That was the longer video. Twenty minutes after, it's the afternoon experience. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I'm with you until 3 o'clock. Until 3 o'clock. 513-749-1230. That's the number to get on board. And we're talking about situations, and everyone's saying, why aren't you talking about the situation that happened in North College Hill? I didn't actually read the story, but people are telling me that there was a person in North College Hill who stabbed his mother. I guess according to the stories that I'm hearing about the story, which is not the way you really want to, do this, which is why I hadn't talked about it. But according to the stories that I'm hearing about the story, there was a person who suffered from schizophrenia. His mother called 911. While she was on the phone with 911, he broke into the room and stabbed her. That's all the information that I have. So I don't really have anything to say about it except that's horrible. That's horrible. And I wish that had not happened. I'm sorry, that's the best commentary that I can give you on a story that I didn't even read. Which is why I try to not talk about things that I haven't seen. 513-749-1230. Twin.
What's up, E-Man and Ray?
How you
Hey,
doing?
man. I'm all right. I'm blessed. Hey, sometimes, man, you got to look at it this way. Sometimes that counseling and all that stuff, that don't help. If you can't listen to your brother, sister, or your family member, that counseling stuff ain't going to help.
Hold on, may I interrupt you for just a moment? I'll let you finish, I promise.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying necessarily that every counselor is gonna be able to help every person, but they go to school for this stuff. And again, I know of Dr. Chantel Thomas. I've talked to her many times, and they have, if I say tactics, that sounds bad, but they have different things that they can use and help you come to grips with things where maybe your mama and your brother and your sister, they don't have those same skills.
Sometimes, like he did, that was premeditated murder, what he did.
Agreed.
And then, sometimes you can't put everything on the devil. Sometimes we think before that bad enemy talked to us or whatever. We premeditated it. We knew what we was going to do, whatever, because I'm going through the same stuff. Sometimes I listen, whoever on the other side, like, man, I feel like, especially if you get that do-it fluid, whatever type of drugs you're doing, whatever, if you drink it, whatever, because, I take a shot or whatever and not think about it, reminisce and go to my deep thoughts. I'm like, man, if I'm going to just kill this bee and all that, be angry with that, because in spite of everything, because I'm going through the same stuff, but I don't. It's basically, Emmanuel, man over matter. And say either go do or that. But basically, I've been humble, as long as you got God on your side and pray, or whatever, man, everything's gonna work out. But sometimes people don't look at that situation like, man, F this prayer, help God, whatever, it ain't working. And some type of, if you don't got no faith and strength in your mind, how you go overcome it or whatever? Because, like I said, I'm going through the same stuff with my baby mama. Sometimes these women do stuff out of spite. Because I can tell you one thing, you man, that thing between the women leg, that monkey, it's a bad mother, you know what, or whatever. It's dangerous and stuff, and it's powerful. They can talk or whatever. And it's up to you if you go jump or if you not go jump. You got a lot of women just do stuff out of spite, man. Like, I'm just going through the same stuff with child support. You did that out of spite out of me, and then me just losing a baby, and you talking about my other baby can't come to the funeral, the whole third degree, man. So it's just your mind over matter. If if you can overcome it, whatever.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
All right. Let me suggest first, counseling could still be helpful. It's not necessarily just mind over matter. There are strategies that you can use to help you more effectively deal emotionally and mentally with all of the stresses. And again, it's not anti-God. It's not any of that kind of stuff. People are trained to help people deal with stressful, emotional situations.
You're right, but it's different strokes with different folks too.
But
it's your mind, man. It's your mind and your heart. Where do you go dwell on, whatever.
Right, but there are people who can help you if you want to say strengthen your mind and your heart. There are strategies. Can I give you a number?
Yeah.
Just consider. All right. This is what is this? The National Mental Health Hotline. And again, that don't mean you quote unquote crazy. All right.
Yeah.
But 866 9.
I don't need it because I'm cool.
No, but what would it hurt?
I know how to get into counseling. I mean, I talk to a lot of people, whatever. But I keep my twin brother close to me and stuff because we thinking like he like, man, you feeling sick or you doing? I'm like, man, I'm stressed and this and that.
Right.
And then he'll talk to me and then I'll listen. Either I'm gonna do it that. He said, man, you get in trouble, that's on you. I said, I know. So basically, I got a strong mind and a strong heart. Either I'm gonna do this or I'm not gonna do it or whatever. But now I've been cool though, cause I ain't gonna let nobody, the devil try to work my mind and stuff and have me in jail for life.
Well,
I'm killing my baby mama over that dumb stuff. No, it's just my mind. I don't take no medicine, none of that. It's something that I have to deal with and stuff. I'm strong now, man. I ain't even gonna lie.
Right, it is. I'm hearing you, and it is something like you said you have to deal with, and your mind is strong. And I'm not saying that it's not, but I'm saying the fact that you are having the thoughts and you have to battle the thoughts, having other strategies to help you battle those thoughts are not. It's not a bad idea.
No, you're right, but I just sit back, just think. I mean, my mind right now, cause it ain't even worked. As I look back, like you either go do this. You already been in prison. You want to go for life now? For doing this stuff. I don't want to go through that stuff no more. Especially if I do what I got to do. No, I ain't thinking about that stuff.
Well, twin, can I give you this number? Not for you. Can I give you the number to give to somebody else who might be dealing with something?
You're right.
And will you write it down for me?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
All right, it's 866 903 3787.
3787. Okay.
And if you run across somebody else who dealing with something and they struggling with thoughts and whatnot, and how to process emotion or anger or whatever, that's maybe a number that you can pass on to them.
You're right.
And then if you decide that you want to call it, then you have it.
Okay. All right, then, man.
All right.
Appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you, twin.
Y'all be safe.
You do the same. All right. 513-749-1230. 513-749-1230. Just strategies to help you deal with anger and other emotions. They're trained at that stuff. Let me get this break in here. CK, you're coming up next. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
1230 The Buzz and Walker Funeral Home presents the Black Business Spotlight. This month, we are shining the spotlight on
Take pride to be you. There is a supportive mental health clinic specializing in LGBTQ plus and trans wellness. In these stressful times, you might feel anxious or isolated. You are not alone.
I can't make nobody take the number. It's 866-903-3787. People was getting on me. Give him the number. Give him the number. Well, I tried to give him the number, and then he was like, I don't need it. Well, I'm not. You better take this number before I find you. No, you got to just talk to him. Eventually, he took the number. He wrote it down. And if he chooses to use it or, chooses to share it with somebody else. I believe you, twin. I believe you. But, like I said, you have it. So if you want to use it, if you never want to use it, if you never need to use it, don't use it. But from my perspective, having more information is always better than having less information. So that's why I kind of was pushing on the number thing, not saying, no, twin, you need this number. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I have the number now written down. I don't think I'm going to need it. But I got it. So if I run across somebody else, then I can be like, hey, I got this number for you. So that's all I'm saying. But if anything ever do go down and I find myself in a position where you best believe I got a number now. Well, I would call Dr. Chantel Thomas. I would call Dr. Thomas. Because I have her number in my phone. I know her. I trust her. So I would call her. Well, I did say the number over the air. I said it aloud. She definitely gets you straight when you acting up. Dr. Chantel usually end up agreeing with me, like, you're right, because I be right. It's true. I have a long history with Dr. Chantel Thomas of her having to tell people that I'm right. But I don't, I wouldn't have a problem going to counseling if I needed to go to counseling. Denise Davis says, call Dr. Thomas to the show weekly. I do need to reach out to her. It's been a minute since she's been on. So I will reach out to her.
1230 The Buzz, WDBZ, a Radio 1 station.
It's 5 minutes after. It's the afternoon experience. I am with you for the next, did I say 25 minutes after? 25 minutes till the top of the hour. And I'm with you for the next 25 minutes. Of course, when I go off 3 o'clock, Keeping It Real with the Reverend Al Sharpton comes on. So you don't want to go anywhere. Stay right there. 513-749-1230. Let me go back to the phone. CK.
Hey, Emmanuel, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
Hey, man, that's much love to Raven for having my back yesterday. You know what I mean? When you attacked me and
what?
You know.
Who attacked you yesterday?
Man.
You tried to tell the whole
Oh
world.
no, she just Yeah, and then she said, she was like, she said, CK ain't gonna never call back. So I had to call back. I was like, Raven, she's showing you, you know, and she in her 20s. See, the young black woman is more mature than the older black male.
Well,
you know
hold on, CK. I just
plus, man.
Well, hold on. Let me apologize. Can I apologize to you if I offended you with your analogy? Because you're the one who brought up the sexual analogy. I didn't bring it up, but
I wasn't offended, man. It was jokes.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to say I apologize.
Yeah.
And
now, you know we was laughing when we got off the phone.
Okay, and
but,
I mean,
you know,
even
why I called back.
Hold on, but even if you had herpes, I still wouldn't judge you. CK.
See, there you go. Okay.
And that's the
Listen,
issue.
man.
I wouldn't.
Listen. This is the whole thing, man. It's all good. When you use a hypothetical, use yourself. Then it seems more thorough, because if you're using the other person, it's seeming like disrespect. It seems like you're taking a jab. So if you say it yourself, then people will believe what you're saying. But if you're saying, if the person you're talking to that you know, they like, damn, what problem do E-Man got with CK? Now you just letting the people know I don't like this dude. So I'm going to say the most disgusting thing, vile thing.
CK, you all right with me? You all right with me? And I don't dislike you, okay?
Check this out, but on the hypothetical, though, as far as using yourself, let's say me, 12 years ago, right, with the story you're talking about.
All right.
Say me and my wife get divorced. We going through a custody battle, right?
All right.
My insecurities get in. The people telling me, man, hey, CK, you ain't going to get custody. She going to hit you up in that child support. You're going to have to pay $1,500. So my insecurities get me, right?
All right.
So now I plant drugs in her car, a brick, a cocaine. What? She gets pulled over with the kids in. Hypothetically, right? I told you, use yourself so you could be more believable in your hypothetical.
What kind of hypothetical is this?
I'm trying to tell you. I said we having a custody. This is a hypothetical. Just like you said yesterday, it's not real, right?
Oh.
I'm giving you the point to the story we're talking about now.
Oh.
I said,
okay,
listen.
go ahead.
So you planted drugs in the car. She gets arrested, sentenced to 10 years. You get custody of your kids. I get custody of my kids. I get married. Boom, 10-year anniversary. When she come to the anniversary party and shoot up the whole party, don't be saying, well, she should have just killed herself. No, you have to remember what you did to that woman to make her go bananas. You set her up. So people going to pay you back in blood for the things you did. Don't just think about the end. Think about what led up to the violence. You planted that dope in her car, and she reacted violently when she got the opportunity. You took her kids away from her. So you got to understand, this is what happens when these violent crimes happen. It's like something led up to it, Emmanuel. You hear me?
What in the hell type of hypothetical is that?
No,
who even? I don't care. It's a hypothetical. Who even thinks?
Is it true or not? I'm saying,
I don't know if it's true.
Gonna lead to this.
What reasonable person even thinks, hey, I'm involved in a custody battle. Let me plant a brick of drugs in my wife's car.
Life.
What?
So you telling me, he's telling you right now he killed his wife because she said that he was molesting his kids. It's the same thing. I'm talking about this type of stuff happen every day. Don't act like it don't. But you got to understand what leads up to these pressure points. What happens to make these people explode? So now you're acting like, oh, nobody would never plant drugs on their ex-wife to get custody of their kids when it happens every day, Emanuel. Why are you playing crazy?
Okay.
So you saying people don't do that? You saying people won't do anything to get custody and get that money, get that alimony and that child support? That's what you telling me.
What I'm telling you is that doesn't sound reasonable to me. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm saying, how far do people go for money in these custody disputes and battles? As you just seen, it led in a homicide in front of the kids.
What?
The story you're talking about is the man killing his ex-wife. You got to see what led up to these type of situations.
It don't matter.
This is what happens.
But here's what I'm telling you. I get what you're saying, sort of. But it doesn't matter what led up to the situation to the extent that you shouldn't be killing people. Unless
shouldn't be
you're
setting up people and
defending your
getting them
own
incarcerated. But you getting people. You took her children away from her. You got her a felony record. So when she seen you having all that fun at the 10-year anniversary, she unloaded on the whole front row. This is what you got to realize. This is what's going on.
And that's why
the end of the story.
And that's why I am advocating for people to seek counseling, seek help.
You can't get that time back. Have you ever been incarcerated for a crime you didn't commit?
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
And you served years. You missed your kids being born.
I didn't serve
That's what
years.
happened to you.
I didn't. No.
There you go.
What?
So you can't speak for people that have been in this. Central Park 5 got raped in jail.
That's why.
That's what happened to them.
Get help. I get almost guarantee. They are getting counseling, or if they're not currently getting it, they did get it.
They was teenagers, and Donald Trump put out a full-page ad saying that they did that to that woman, so they was already guilty before they went to trial. So they had to get abused in the prison system. What does this cause violence? People get hurt when you do this to people. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Stop doing the initial act. That's all I'm telling people. Stop driving people crazy. You're driving them to this violence.
See, CK, I thought I addressed that as well when I said to people, deal honestly with people and honorably. I thought I addressed that earlier, but maybe I didn't address it strongly.
No, but I'm saying, but you saying go kill they can't kill themselves. They want to die, but they want to bring people with them because they felt so much pain for years. You gotta understand, ain't no coming back for what happened to these people.
No, there is coming back.
Innocent.
There is some coming back from that. There are, you know how many people go to jail for crimes they didn't commit and then don't get out and murder people because of it? That's why they need counseling.
But don't do that to people because they have siblings and family, and their family, you could create trauma in their family. It's innocent victims, all of them.
All right. Well, CK, don't plant that brick. And
I would never. I said hypothetically. That's what I'm saying.
And if you need help,
we can't talk as grown men. We black men.
And if
why
you
do
need,
we always try? No, but why do we always try to destroy each other's character? Damn. You can't just be have respect for another black man. You always try to tear another black man down. Then scream about police brutality. You the brutality, sir. You the violence.
866-903-3787. 866.
Pray for your people.
903-3787.
Respect all people.
And CK, if you need some help, I'm not saying that you do.
Right, we together. We both need help. We two black men in America. What have you forgot? We the one been traumatized. Me, don't act like it just happened to me. You went through the crack era just like me, man. You can't hide from it. You lost loved ones just like me in the streets.
What?
You can't hide from it, Mr. Livingston.
All right.
We both going through the same pain out here in America.
866-903-3787.
Innocent. Pray for the innocent people incarcerated right now. Pray for them. Missing Christmas.
All
Black
right.
Ann.
All right, CK. What? What in the hell just happened? What? Oh. All right, I'm up on a break. Let me, 866-903-3787. If you're even considering, hypothetically, planting a brick of drugs in somebody's car to get them locked up for 10 years. 866-903-3787. It's the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'll be right back.
In case you missed the Russ Parr Morning Show, here's what.
What the hell? What? Oh my goodness. And somehow it's my fault that he's creating scenarios where he's planting bricks of drugs? And his wife's, oh my God. And I will not, excuse that man murdering those two women. No matter, look, even if they did what he said they did, and their actions were totally wrong, though their claims were totally unfounded. Assume they were on the 100% wrong side and he was 100% on the righteous side. That's still not an excuse to murder them.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief. When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3. Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem. And now my debt is clean and I don't owe anything. Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-569-4435. 800-569-4435. Optima Tax Relief.
Are you looking for quality preschool education for your child? The Community Action Agency Head Start Schools have openings for early childhood education for families in Hamilton County with children 3 or 5 years old.
Leroy want to know where the hell do you get these people from who can even afford a brick to plant in somebody's car? Who comes up with that as a hypothetical scenario?
Welcome, everybody, and thanks for tuning in. I'm your host, Smokey Colbert, filling in for Smokey on his birthday. Because after 75 years of turns out there's much more to say. Just look at the news. Nearly 90% of wildfires are caused by us humans being careless.
And again, I thought that I said people shouldn't play with people's emotions. I thought I said that was the one thing that he kind of got right, is that people shouldn't play with people's emotions. I thought I said that. I'm not saying that I've never heard of somebody setting someone up for a crime, but it was a really weird scenario to bring up.
know your board and community manager are making the right decisions to protect your investment. Community Associations Institute can help. Visit responsiblecommunities.com to learn more.
1230 The Buzz, your talk station.
10 minutes. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 513-749-1230. 749-1230. All right, let me run through a few stories in the remaining 10 minutes. You can give me a call if there's something you'd like to discuss. Walmart apologizes after a woman says black dolls more expensive than white ones. Yeah, apparently there's a woman in Kentucky. She was looking for a doll set. She went on Walmart's page. They have the doll sets, the same doll set, but the ones that are black cost more. The black set was $39.97. The white set is $25. Now, people will twist it. Oh, well, that's saying that the black set is more valuable. No, that's making more money off of people who want to buy the set with black people, meaning less chance of black dolls selling. And there's a whole lot of things like that people do to create situations so that it seems like black this and black that is not as wanted, is not as that it doesn't sell as much. There's a lot that goes into it. Walmart, they said, hey, look, unfortunately, what happened was we went in and we did some price changing, and we overlooked these particular dolls. We overlooked them in terms of changing the price, and we fixed that issue. Now they're all the same price. We apologize. We didn't mean anything by it. We didn't mean anything by it. We overlooked the impact these changes would have on similar items. This was an unintentional error. We sincerely apologize to anyone it may have offended. She said the price adjustments have been made on both sets now, and they are now the same price. So I don't know if you look at that as a good thing. Of course, it's not the first time Walmart has got in trouble for black dolls and white dolls being different. Apparently in 2014, there was a black ice skater Barbie that was $11.87, and the white ice skater Barbie was $9.88. And they should have been the same price. A spokesperson for Walmart said in response to that, they should always be the same price across all ethnicities. It's just a pricing error, and we corrected it immediately. So you feel however you want to feel about that. I don't think that stuff is done accidentally. And you keep accidentally making the same mistake. But I can't prove that. I can't prove it. Who Miss Monday, is Drakeo the ruler? Drakeo the ruler? It's a rapper.
Spell it.
D-R-A-K-E-O. The ruler.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know who that is.
He's a 28-year-old Los Angeles native. His real name is Darrell Caldwell. He was attacked by a group of people and killed backstage at a concert. He was one of several performers, including Snoop Dogg and 50 Cent, scheduled to appear during the Once Upon a Time in L.A. concert. Backstage when a fight broke out, and apparently he was stabbed in the neck. The event was canceled shortly after, and Live Nation and the other artists did not go on after he was killed. So terrible that people are still getting killed out there. An Alabama judge who called colleagues Uncle Toms and heifers was removed from the bench. Yeah, an Alabama judge. She's an African American lady too. An Alabama judge who called her fellow jurists Uncle Tom and heifer and who allegedly put her finger on the scales in domestic cases. She's been pulled from the bench. A 9-judge panel found that Nikita Blockton of Jefferson County, Alabama, had a history of inappropriate comments and a pattern of abuse, according to her staff. They say the abuse included excessive, unproductive, and unnecessary nights and weekends as she forced her underlings to work. They say that she created fake social media accounts to interact with plaintiffs and defendants in cases that she sat over. They say she threatened one party in a divorce case and provided advice to another through these fake accounts. She told one party, false prophet, how much is your white judge paying you? That's what she told to a party that she didn't favor, and she told them the devil is watching you. So, yeah, they removed her from the bench. That'll get you removed from the bench. And I guess it should. And hold on. I don't remember the judge who was saying the N-word because apparently sedatives made her racist. Remember in Louisiana?
Oh, yeah.
And she didn't remember. She took some sedatives. She don't live that kind of life.
Yeah.
She's not a racist. But apparently one of the horrible side effects of sedatives on white people is, it may make you racist. May make you racist. And you won't even remember being racist. Well, apparently they're looking to remove her from the bench as well, unless there's a new update where they have. But did you know that in certain places, when that story was reported, and I saw it, and I think the site that I saw was a site from the UK, the United Kingdom. Did you know that they are using Judge Tracy Hunter's photograph?
I think you said that before.
They are using Judge Tracy Hunter's photograph instead of this Caucasian lady when they are publishing that story. And I guess that's an accident too, huh? That's an accident too. Like, oh, we accidentally put this black judge picture on there. How do you accidentally get Judge Tracy Hunter's picture? I would like to think that maybe some litigation can happen for any news agency that used her photo.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I was totally shocked. Like, it don't even make sense. I mean, it's clearly a white judge that they're talking about. Why would you have that photo? Another quick story. I got like a minute and a half. 5 children were confirmed dead and 4 others left in critical condition after a horrific bouncy castle incident. And this was, I don't have the date on that because this was like a week ago. Yeah, apparently a gust of wind, this is in Australia, a gust of wind swept a bouncy castle 33 feet in the air, and all the children fell out from 33 feet in the air. Man, be careful with them bouncy castles. This ain't the first time that we've read of this. It's not, it don't happen every time, but wow. 5 children, 4 in critical condition. Crazy. And less than a minute, McDonald's, they want back $105 million from their fired CEO. Apparently they fired him because, he did some bad stuff with an employee. Poor judgment involving a recent consensual relationship with an employee. So he got fired. And they want back $105 million from him. I'm pretty sure it wasn't worth that. That's just me guessing, but I'm pretty sure it was not worth $105 million. All right, my time is up. Got to get ready to get out of here. Miss Mundy, thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate you. I believe she'll be sitting in for Lincoln Ware tomorrow, so you definitely want to check that out and support her. Everybody who called, everybody who listened, I appreciate you. My time is up. Al Sharpton is up next. It's been the afternoon experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. Till next time, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm out, y'all. Peace. Yes. They want $105 million. That's the cost of his severance package. They fired him for a consensual relationship with an employee, and they gave him a severance package. Of course, they went back and, they determined that his misconduct, lies, and efforts to impede their investigation into his actions went to the point that they want the severance package back. Evidence for those relationships, according to the suit, came in the form of dozens of nude, partially nude, or sexually explicit photographs and videos of various women, including 3 employees. And apparently, the way he got caught was he attached those images to emails that he sent from his work to his personal account. Why? If I were to, not that I ever would, I don't want to do a CK, but if I was to start hitting somebody up in here, ain't nowhere where I would not use my work account to email myself nothing. Who does that? Y'all know they go through your work email, right? Don't assume that anything you send via work email is not being looked at. Don't make that assumption. Somebody looking at it.
Do you require any more of my services?
No, ma'am.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
All right. Purple Pro says the whole world can't be wrong about Judge Hunter. So that tells you all you need to know about the person who goes by Purple Pros. That tells you all you need to know. Oakdale Woods say, why was CK so ready for all the smoke with you? I don't know. I think he's still mad because hypothetically, yesterday, he had herpes. In a hypothetical situation, and that hurt his feelings. I didn't mean to hurt his feelings, but we were talking about getting tested, and he brought up sex and how he always uses a condom or whatever. So yeah, that's why he was upset. He was upset. Shelly wanted to kick it, and CK wanted all the smoke. I don't know what be wrong with people. Why would you be that mad? Because hypothetically, on one day you had herpes. Or actually, even hypothetically, he might have had herpes, and so that was why he had to get tested. So he didn't even we wasn't even sure hypothetically that he had it. Maybe he had just been exposed to it hypothetically. Scott say, try to tell him that was a bad analogy. It was a bad analogy. It was a bad analogy, but not on my part. He brought up the sex analogy, not me.
So this has given rise to more extensive testing. President Biden is to address the nation tonight, this afternoon, rather, on what the next steps will be. He's expected to announce a lot of free testing going out and handling this emergency health situation. At the same time,
All right, y'all. I got to get ready to get out of here. My back hurts. I will be broadcasting live tomorrow until 2:30. Tomorrow until 2:30. And probably Thursday. Probably Thursday, not Friday. But tomorrow and probably Thursday, I will be broadcasting live. The office here is closed on Thursday, so technically I could not broadcast if I wanted to, because that's my day off.
after getting off television this morning, and there has been some movement in conversation, but not in actuality. I've been inactive long enough, so I don't need conversation.
But it is Tuesday. I got to change some stuff for that game tomorrow, move some stuff around, and I got to do it. And I got to do it. Black Wolf Fish is mad. He says I wouldn't say that CK hypothetically had herpes to his face. I definitely would. I definitely would. But you got a right to believe what you want to believe. Why wouldn't you say that? Why wouldn't a person speak hypothetically to a person's face? Like, what in your mind, Black Wolf Fish, what would happen in your mind? So CK and I, we're talking about people getting tested, right? For the coronavirus, because that's what the conversation was yesterday. And then he calls in to say, hey, you shouldn't tell people what to do. You shouldn't tell people what to do. What you should do is tell people, or what was it? You can't make nobody do nothing. You should just tell them what they should do. He says he goes to schools and he tells kids you shouldn't be having sex, but if you do, use a condom. And I forget, he went back to something else about putting on a condom and somehow tied it into being tested for the coronavirus. And I said, if you want to continue with the sex analogy, hypothetically, if you were exposed to herpes, I would say you should get tested. Or if you're not using protection, you should know your status before you have sex with somebody, so that if you did have herpes, you didn't pass it on to somebody. You could protect yourself and that person. Why would I not say that to him face to face? That sounds like a perfectly rational conversation that two grown people can have face to face. Why does that take any special courage? He said, I have radio courage. Why does that conversation take some special courage? Say you convinced that that's my ex-wife. The way he come at me so hard. That's funny. That was funnier to me than it should have been. Why don't you broadcast from home like Lincoln? I don't broadcast from home like Lincoln because I don't want to. I would prefer to come in. I'm not lazy as hell. And I don't want to be responsible for having all of their equipment and all of that kind of stuff. Plus, I understand the hardship. Hardship might be overselling it. I understand the difficulty that broadcasting from home causes people at the studio. And if I don't have to do it, why do it when I can just come in? Why create more difficulty for somebody else when I can just come in? So that's why I don't broadcast from home. I'm not lazy, and I realize that it's a more difficult situation for the people at the studio. More chances for things to go wrong and all of that kind of stuff. Why chance it? I just come in and do my show. Shahir says, thank you for working when you don't have to. Thank y'all for supporting me. Thank y'all for supporting me. Because if I came in here and it was only like 10 people watching the live, I'd be like, I ain't coming in on Thursday or Friday. So y'all support me, so I do it. Okay, we'll say, what's wrong with using a hypothetical story to get your point across? People are so sensitive nowadays. Davis Denise says, CK rationalized murder. I think he was trying to do that. You saying Lincoln don't give a damn about y'all? He don't. And that's his right. He doesn't have to. So that's just the truth. There's nothing wrong with that. But he doesn't. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He does not. He cares about him. And he's got that right. He a grown, old dude. You are not a punching bag for me, my OSHA. If anything, it's the other way around. Christopher says, you're a man of the people. I try. Richard wants to know, what is radio courage? Well, I mean, of course, what he was suggesting was that I would not say that face to face for fear that CK would retaliate physically, and therefore it takes some courage to say it face to face. But because I'm on the radio, I will say it, not having to be concerned about the threat of physical violence. But I don't be concerned about the threat of physical violence anyway. Jerica says, y'all don't give a darn about him either if y'all being honest. Well, that's not true. People here bend over backwards, myself included, to do things for him. So, no, that's wrong. Just some people get tired of bending over backwards for somebody who shows that they don't care about them bending over backwards. But again, it's one of those things where if you're not in it, you don't understand it. And all the explaining in the world won't help you understand it unless you was there. And then you'd be like, how has this been allowed to continue for so long? And you'd be like, I don't know. Why do you put up with that? Yeah, it's all right. I wish we could do like interns. I wish we could do interns, and then I could bring some of y'all in here as interns, and then y'all watch the behind the scenes goings on. Y'all would be like, this is crazy. This stuff is crazy. Like, I thought you was exact. I can't believe this. And I would be like, yeah, this is the way it's been for 20 years. I mean, it is what it is. But I would love to be able to bring y'all in as an intern. And then y'all would be the ones on here like, y'all ain't gonna believe we'll go home and, you know. But that might be why they don't want us to have no interns, because then people would be like, y'all ain't going to believe what's going on down there. I don't know why my interns talk like that. Y'all ain't going to believe what's going on down there. Davidson, he said, I don't like nothing you say, but definitely not a punk about it. Why would you not like anything? You don't like nothing I say? Why are y'all spelling brooch wrong? Why are y'all calling it a brooch? I don't understand why y'all spelling it wrong. Let me see. I got that over there. Got this over here. Got that. I remembered to bring in batteries today. So we had sound. I almost didn't remember. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me look it up. Yeah, I could be wrong. It's happened before, believe it or not.
As a black woman, you put your heart and soul into everything you do. Your heart is what makes you, you. But did you know that more than 50% of black women over the age of 20 have high blood pressure? 1 out of every 2 black women has this silent killer. This holiday season, it's time to put yourself and your
Okay, apparently I might be right or wrong. I know that sounds horrible, but they say a brooch is a piece of jewelry held with a pin or a clasp, while broach is most often a verb meaning to introduce a new subject into a discussion. However, brooch has historically been used as a noun to refer to the jewelry. So brooch functions as both a noun and a verb. So y'all right, and I'm right. Actually, believe it or not. I guess technically y'all right. That's the technical correct spelling. But historically, and kind of traditionally, if you want to, it's brooch. It's spelled brooch. B-R-O-A-C-H. Even though technically you guys are 100% right. And I guess my understanding was less from a technical standpoint and more of a historical standpoint. So there's that. Did you just say Hafner too? I don't know. Did I? Did I say Hafner too? Why would I say Hafner too? Historically and traditionally, men don't wear no damn brooches. That's not true. That's not true. Myosha's saying I don't believe it. I just looked it up. So I guess Merriam-Webster could be wrong. But, okay. Christopher says, yeah, especially when people know how to spell roach, because you know some people have nasty houses. Oh, having to. Yes. I could imagine. I could imagine that I said having to. That's royal speak for having to. Royal speak. Sometimes royal speak be just a little bit over your head. LaDonna say Bobby Brown wore his mama's. Man, I really do wish I could get. I need to call Restream and tell them that the chat is not working to send stuff to Facebook. Cause I really wish y'all could see all of the comments that Black Wolf Fish makes. I really wish y'all could see all of them. Like, I read them every once in a blue moon. Just every once in a blue moon. Hold on, let me see will it allow me to do it.
Grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo. All right, everybody squeeze it. Say cheese.
But yeah, he be going like real hard. And it's hilarious to me.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce? Then there's the
Or she, I'm not sure which. He or she be going real hard.
And lastly, it's back to the car, which if you're
I don't want to, be disrespectful if it's a sister.
could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates.
I'm trying to see. Trying to go through and see how far it'll let me go back.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I'm probably okay to have one more drink before I drive home. I'm probably okay. I open the window to stay alert. Probably okay. Step out of the car, please. Probably made a mistake.
I'm trying to go through. Trying to go through and find them. I want to pull out the best ones. Oh no.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't miss the rebroadcast of Keeping It Real with Al Sharpton, 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. on 1230 The Buzz, your talk station.
Oh, I'm looking through and he's retracted some messages. It's interesting, or she. Interesting that you can do that on YouTube.
We're taking your calls. We're talking about voting. We're talking about the Omicron variant. Talking about these cases of police brutality, jury out on the killing of Dante Wright in Minnesota, and talking about whatever else is on your mind and in your heart. 1-877-532-5797. You know, if someone commits an act, whether it be criminal or whether it be
I'm sorry, I'm putting these up here.
something socially unacceptable, after the act rises to a certain level, they try to go back into their background to find out.
And these are backwards, so this is the opposite order in which they were put up.
Negative, and in some cases, destructive behavior came. Well, let's deal with that on a larger scale. Look at the inception, founding of this nation.
I'm posting his posts. I'm posting his posts from today.
With a paradoxical
There was some other stuff that he posted, or she, sorry, don't know which. But those were the ones that entertained me the most. I'll be reading all y'all stuff. If it pop up here, I see it. If it pop up here, I see it. Backwards in terms of, like, the last one that I posted was the first one that he posted. Then the one before that was the second one that he posted. Like, I went up from the last post to the first post. That's what I mean in the opposite order in which they were posted to the YouTube page. That's what I meant when I said backwards. All right, y'all. I got to get ready. I made a determination that no one's getting anything from me for Christmas this year on Christmas. Not just to be mean, but because everything that I saw that I wanted to get, I pretty much had to order. And when I looked at the time to order stuff, it was it would have been so long. So it would have gotten here after Christmas anyway. So I decided, I just told everybody, no, not even the little baby. Not even the little baby. She not from me. She getting stuff from her mama and her daddy. But she not getting anything from me on Christmas. It'll be a wonderful surprise after all of the excitement of Christmas wear off. And then she come over and it's like, here is a gift. And she'll be excited. Hey, it's a gift. So she'll have plenty of stuff to play with or whatever on Christmas. Plenty of stuff to play with on Christmas. And then I'll be the after Christmas gift guy. But everybody, nobody's getting a Christmas gift. Lewis says Icky Woods got inducted into the Hall of Fame. Into what Hall of Fame? Into like the Bengals Hall of Fame or something? Daryl says, damn, not even your wife? No, not even the wife. Nobody's getting anything on Christmas. Everything will come after Christmas. I wouldn't think anybody would actually have a problem with that. I don't understand why anyone would have I mean, I could see an aware kid, and when I say an aware kid, like that little baby 4. That little baby 4. Like she gonna know it's Christmas, but she ain't gonna. She 4. Maybe when she get about 8, then that excitement about Christmas. Oh, Christmas morning, da 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 da. She might have it now, but I don't get the feeling that she like, ooh, Christmas. Like even at her birthday party. At her birthday party, she wanted a miraculous birthday party. So she got a miraculous birthday party. But she didn't care about that miraculous stuff. Because she was at the little thing jumping on the trampolines and all that kind of stuff. That's all she cared about was having fun. And all the miraculous stuff was an afterthought. Like, she didn't care. She didn't care. Even the cake, like she don't actually eat cake. She just eat the icing off the cake. It's the weirdest stuff. But she does. She just eats the icing off the cake and then leave the cake there. She didn't care about none of that stuff. So at 4, now maybe once, like I said, once she get about 8, then, she'll be really excited. Like, what did I get for Christmas? Then maybe, you can't just be like, the day after Christmas. But a grown person, if you tell me, Emmanuel, I'm getting you something for Christmas, but you won't get it until 4 days after Christmas, why would I be bothered by that? Why would I care? All right, I'm getting a gift. You are getting a gift. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. But I'm not going to get it on Christmas. You're not going to get it on Christmas. You'll get it a few days after Christmas. All right, cool. Why would I have beef with that? Not 4-year-olds. Anthony, 4-year-olds don't be like that. Maybe 8, 10, 12, into the teens. Maybe those. Not 4-year-olds. At 4, she ain't gonna know or care, and she ain't gonna remember. She's not going to remember. Just thinking back, I can't remember a single gift pre-6 years old that I got from my grandparents. Not a one. Not one. And ask me what I got on my 4th birthday for Christmas. I don't know. So, yeah, she'll be all right. And if you really think about it, Carolyn, if what you're saying is true, kids want what they want in the moment, then I'm teaching her a wonderful lesson that you might not get everything that you want at the moment that you want it. And that there is nothing wrong with waiting for something. It teaches patience. So, yeah, there you go. Broken Wing said no, she's going to be excited next year. Yeah, next year, maybe, because, you're around 5. You might be a little bit more aware. But at 4, Davis Denise says, that's sad about Gianni being killed. Death not supposed to come in 10 years. Who is Gianni? I don't know who that is. If it was a teenager, it is sad just by the virtue of the fact that it was a teenager, but I don't know who Gianni is. Broken Wing says, I remember a few Christmases when we got nothing, not even Christmas dinner. Jay made sure that never happened to my daughter. All right. Nat said these kids don't want toys, just V-Bucks, Robux. Daryl says you got a point. I've never heard. This is the very first I've ever heard of a Robux. So I don't know what that is. LaDonna says, I remember spending all that money when my kids were little. They played with them for 2 days, then back to playing with pots and pans. Yeah, no, that little baby be all right. She'll be all right. She's 4. If she come over to the house a week after Christmas, 2 weeks after Christmas, and she got a gift there, and she open it up and she like it, she's not gonna be mad. He or she still posted stuff. Oh, that's hilarious to me. Oh. It just don't make sense. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Like, oh. Oh boy. Oh. It's why we celebrate Kwanzaa. I don't know if I'm celebrating Kwanzaa this year. I don't know if I'm celebrating Kwanzaa this year. Oh, someone explained Robux. It's a video game kids play online, and a Roblox card helps them buy stuff for their avatar on the game. Well, again, my granddaughter is 4, and she don't know nothing about no Roblox, V-Bucks, none of that kind of stuff. We should always practice the Nguzo Saba. I agree. We should. We should. Oh, I forgot you was rich. See, every time I forget you rich, you say something else to remind me that you was rich. Her niece got a good midterm report, so she sent her $50 of Robux, and you wouldn't believe how happy she was. People are giving people $50 for a good midterm report? That ain't even a full report card. $50? It ain't even your kid. That's your niece getting $50 to spend on some virtual stuff because of a good midterm report. That's some rich people stuff right there. Robux apparently is a video game that kids play where they actually spend money in the video game to get, what did you say, stuff for their avatar? I'd never heard of it. Why would you be ashamed of being rich? There's nothing to be ashamed of being rich. If I was rich, I'm telling y'all, I would be walking up in here with an ascot. You know what I'm saying? A jacket, an ascot with my T-shirt on. They'd be like, you got on a T-shirt. Why you got on an ascot? Because I'm rich, bitch. That's why I got on the ascot. I had money. I just be sitting here every once in a while. I just make it rain on myself. What is there to be ashamed of? There is nothing to be ashamed of being rich. I'll be rubbing it in your face. If I get rich, I will be wearing an ascot with my T-shirt. I'll be like Glenn up in the gym working out with an ascot on. Y'all didn't see that picture of Glenn? He was in the gym. He was working out, and he had on an ascot. I was like, damn, Glenn rich too? And I've worn an ascot. I wore one to the, what is that? The thing that they used to have, I want to say it was the Urban League, but I'm not sure, where they would have it down at the hotel, and they had all of the different rooms. So it would be food in this room. It would be a band in that room. It'd be food in this room. It'd be a different band in that room. It'd be food in this room. You'd be taking pictures over in that room. And then you had the big room. Who used to put that event on? No, not no Players Ball. Who used to put that event on? It was at one of the hotels downtown. I can't remember. One of the hotels downtown. It was a big event that happened every year. I want to say it was the Urban League, but I'm probably wrong about that. They had the main room where there was a band playing, tables, and you sit and whatnot. But then you walk throughout the place, and it was a whole lot of, not an Easter ball. It was a whole lot of different rooms, that they had. Like they had a whole lot of different rooms. It was like food all over the place. You go to this room, they had shrimp, big shrimp. And you go to this room, they had, I can't remember what it was. But it was a big event. They used to have it every year. They may still have it and just don't invite me no more. Mayo say, I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the name or the organization that used to put it on. Glenn fully dressed in the gym. He was in the gym. Wendy Williams and Oprah Winfrey Hall of Fame. Ugliest feet? Okay. It was not the Players Ball with Buck Nasty. No. Oh, come on. Somebody got to remember that event. Somebody else got to remember that event. Just help me. Because I'll be sitting here, well, not here, but I'll be all day, I'll be thinking about that, trying to figure out what it was. What was the event? The world's largest office party. I don't think it was the world's largest office party. I've never been to the world's largest office party. This was a black tie event. I think it used to happen, I think it was at the Omni down here, at the Omni, Omni Netherlands or whatever. I think that was where it happened every year. And again, like I said, there were multiple rooms with multiple things going on.
So you are saying that those that do not believe Williams was the guy, that he was the guy?
He was the guy, yes, sir. He asked me and my deceased brother Al one ride home.
Wow.
I said no. I said, well, we were in the people's backyard. And answered the peacock. They moved, somebody else moved to the house now.
Was not no stepper's ball. Okay, I can't remember what it was, and y'all not gonna help me. But I'ma remember. I'ma remember it eventually. Anyway, that's the event that I wore an ascot to. That's the event that I wore an ascot to. And it was fly. It was fly. The African American Chamber of Commerce Annual Gala. That might have been it. That might have been it. Well, if Porter is telling me, Anthony Porter, then I take his word for it. It was the Chamber of Commerce Annual Gala. I had a good time down there. Ate plenty of scrimp. Enjoyed the music. Had a, really just a genuine good time. It was worth the money. As a matter of fact, that the one where I wore the ascot, that was the night that my daughter drank some bleach. And that is a 100% true story. She drank bleach, so we almost didn't end up going. She accidentally drank bleach. They were some good scrimps too. Like they was nice and big. They were delicious. What happened? I'm laughing because it was so stupid. It was so stupid. The young lady that I was dating at the time, she had one of these, I don't know what you, I'm losing my words, where you put a drink in there and then it's got the little nozzle where you can fill up your cup. She had one of those, and it was clear, like a glass thing. And, it would be sitting on the counter so, people could fill up their cup and drink whatever. Well, she was cleaning it. And so she had put bleach in and water and filled it up. And so it had turned a yellowish color. And bleach and water. So it turned yellowish. And so she put the cup under there apparently. And she, I guess not, but, and I'm like, how did you get past the smell? Like it smelled like bleach. Like I wasn't smelling. How do you not smell? But so she put a little bit in the cup and she took a swig and drank it. And of course, at that point, she noticed this is bleach. So, and we were walking out the door. Yeah, she thought it was lemonade. And we were walking out the door when it happened. And and I'm like, what is going on? And then she like, I just drank whatever that is. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, this is bleach. You drank bleach. So then we called 911 and called poison control. And I forget what they told us to do. But she ended up being okay. And we ended up going. Because they, the fire department came and everything. It was a crazy scene. Fire department came. We're on the line with poison control. And I'm thinking, do I need to make her throw up? And they was like, no, don't. That I remember. They said, don't induce vomiting. And so they came and they determined that she was fine. I guess she didn't drink enough for it to really cause any damage. And I think they told us to have her drink some milk or something like that. And we did all of that. And we did whatever it was that they told us to do. And then, the fire department left and we was like, is she gonna be all right? And they was like, she gonna be just fine. She was just a little bit, she cool. And, looked like y'all was getting ready to go somewhere. And I'm like, we was, but we not going now. My daughter drank bleach. And they were like, you being here ain't gonna make nothing else happen. She just fine. She's not in any danger. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. And of course, I was mad at the young lady that I was dating. Because, in that moment, it wasn't fair. But in that moment, you thinking, my daughter just drank bleach. She might die. And so I'm fussing at her. Why the fuck would you put bleach in the damn thing and not tell nobody you put bleach in the damn thing? Now you done made my daughter drink bleach. How old was she at the time? She might have been 10. I was mad at her, at my daughter. How the hell did you not smell that it was bleach? It smelled like bleach. How did you not know it was bleach? Oh, I was heated. How did you not know it was bleach? And then I was fussing at the young lady that I was dating. Why would you put bleach in the damn thing that we drink out of and leave it there looking like some goddamn lemonade? Oh, I was mad. I was heated at everybody. But she ended up being okay. And we went on ahead and went to the party, and I had a good time. But all of that to say, I remember that night really vividly. And I remember wearing the ascot. So I'm fussing at people like a crazy man with an ascot on. Oh. But yes, no, she ended up being just fine, of course.
Diversity strengthens skills. That's been a guiding principle of my institute's training program for over 20 years.
No, the girlfriend was going to the party with me. We were both dressed and walking out the door. And of course, she didn't, she wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to leave this bleach here and fool somebody into drinking. She was just trying to clean out the thing, letting it, a little bleach soak in there. Because, some of them things, you can't always take them apart and that stuff got to get cleaned or whatever. I don't know. Thinking back on it, even a few minutes after all of the panic wore off, it's like, okay, it wasn't your fault. But my daughter just drank bleach. Everybody, as the young people say, is about to get the smoke. Everybody. I was fussing at people that didn't have nothing to do with it. Like her son. Why would you let her drink bleach? You knew it was bleach. He was even younger than she. Everybody was getting fussed at. But then once she turned out all right. No. It wasn't awkward. Because like I said, it was just a few minutes And then once we realized that she was going to be okay, then it was like, all right, I'm sorry. I apologize. It wasn't your fault. I shouldn't have clocked like that. And my bad. And she was, nah, I understand. Your daughter drank bleach. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, no, it wasn't awkward at all. No awkwardness whatsoever. And then my daughter says that basically the side effects of her drinking bleach, which was all I never really wanted to see, but she explained it to me one day. And she said, basically she peed like clear, like water. And she said that her number 2 was like white. That's what she told me. She said when she went number 2, like the next 2 or 3 times that she went number 2, it was white. And I was like, what? And she said, yeah, it was white. That incident was not the reason why we broke up. But I did think those were some interesting little side effects, so to speak.
Right now is the open enrollment period for health insurance, so now is the best time to get the health insurance you and your family need during the open enrollment period.
She said it was white for like the next 2 or 3 times. I don't remember which. I'll put a little bleach in the water. It'll kill them germs. Yeah. Bleach be killing germs. Gotta kill them. Dana says TMI. If you listen to the whole story, it's not TMI. It goes along with the rest of the story. It's just the right of MI, or just the right amount of I. It is not TMI. It is not. I could imagine that would have been scary, though, to see. But, well, not really, because you know you drank bleach.
Get your free vacation income estimate to see how much your vacation home can earn you today. To learn more, call 513-953-4349 or visit vacasa.com/.
Well, here's what I will tell you. Well, y'all want to talk about Trump. Theoretically, what he said might have been a thing. If you water down enough, you could drink a little bit of bleach, and who knows, that might stop you from getting the coronavirus. I wouldn't try it. I don't think that it would, but I know, I want to say from personal experience, from secondhand experience, that you can drink bleach and not die. And now I'll be banned from from the social media. He on there telling people they can drink bleach and not die. I'm just saying, not drink bleach. Do not drink bleach. Yes, her system was clean. I don't think so. I think she cool. I think she cool. I hadn't heard any, severe bleaching side effects or anything. She has not gotten the coronavirus, so I guess there's something to be said for that. Maybe the bleach helped her. But again, that was about 15 or so years ago. So the African American Chamber Gala. I can't believe I'm the only one who remember that. I don't believe y'all don't remember that. It was a nice event. It was a nice event. I'm gonna have to call Eric Kearney and ask him why they don't do the gala no more. Matter of fact, let me send him a text right now.
Local issues, national news, and world events. We're talking about it on 1230 The Buzz, your talk station. 1230 AM WDBZ, Cincinnati, and Urban One Station. We are 1230 The Buzz, your talk station. The Queen of Soul. I appreciate you as many millions do. Aretha Franklin. Keep up the good work. The Rams Rolodex is wide.
See if Mr. Kearney will answer that. It was a night. That's the most memorable part of it, Brent, was that I wore an ascot. That was memorable. And that they had some big old scrimp. But it was really a nice event. Kim says it was for rich people. It was. I always felt like it was. But because I worked in the media, that's how I ended up being able to go. I'm pretty sure that's how Myosha ended up going, too. It was for rich people. Raven is doing the Lincoln Ware show tomorrow. And probably Thursday, if she chooses to do it on Thursday. She's doing it tomorrow and Thursday. And then next Wednesday, Thursday, and maybe Friday. She was working at a law firm at that time. And she was only making like around $60,000 a year. So by her standards, she was super poor. So what about next Monday and Tuesday? Lincoln's doing Monday and Tuesday. Yeah, he's working Monday and Tuesday, off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Work Monday, Tuesday, off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And Miss Mundy will fill in for him. Lewis says 88,246 is good money then and good money now. All right. I don't know where that came from, but all right. 88,246 is decent money. I can only think of one person on here who would look at that and say, if you make that amount of money, you're poor. Only one they would say poor. Rich people have a different way of saying poor than poor people. The rich people say poor. You worry about your poor, and we'll worry about our poor. Poor people say poor. So there's only one person on here that I'm fairly certain would look at $88,246 and say, that ain't no money. I'm not going to say who it is because I don't want to shame nobody. All right. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I got to get out of here and do this office stuff. But I will be in tomorrow. Again, it'll be a shortened show. Goes off at 2:30, and the football game starts. So just be aware of that. Until next time, it's been the Afternoon Experience. I'm Emanuel Livingston. I'm out, y'all. Peace.